Welcome, welcome, welcome to Black Magic. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry's accidental magic shattered Azkaban at age 5 and every prisoner swore a life debt to him? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Shattering. Harry Potter huddled in the dark of his cupboard, knees pulled tight against his chest. His stomach growled, but he knew better than to ask for dinner. Not after what happened at school today. It wasn't his fault. Harry never meant to end up on the school roof. One second, Dudley and his friends were chasing him, and the next, whoosh, he was looking down at them from the roof tiles, just as confused as everyone else. Uncle Vernon's face had gone that dangerous purple color when the headmistress called. Now Harry's back still stung from where Vernon had gripped his arm, dragging him into the house and throwing him into the cupboard. 3 days. Vernon had bellowed, spit flying. 3 days without meals, you freakish little burden. That had been this morning. Harry's stomach twisted painfully. He was used to hunger, but 3 days. He'd never survive. Aunt Petunia sometimes slipped him scraps when Vernon wasn't looking, but she'd been extra mean lately too. Harry wiped a tear from his cheek, hating himself for crying. 5-year-olds shouldn't cry. That's what Uncle Vernon always said before calling him a baby. Not a baby, Harry whispered to himself. Not a freak. The air in the cupboard grew stifling. Something deep inside Harry's chest burned hot, not like a fever, but like something trying to get out. The feeling had been growing stronger lately, especially when he was scared or angry. The bare light bulb overhead suddenly flickered, though it wasn't turned on. Harry's skin prickled with goosebumps. The burning in his chest spread down his arms, through his fingertips. Please, he whispered to no one. Please help me. Miles away in the North Sea, a Dementor patrolling the uppermost tower of Azkaban prison suddenly stopped. If Dementors could feel confusion, this one did. Something was wrong. Different. The creature turned its hooded face toward the south, sensing a disturbance in the very magic that bound it to this place. In his cell, Sirius Black lifted his head. After 4 years in this hell, he rarely responded to anything anymore. But this was different. A familiar sensation washed over him, one he hadn't felt in years. James. It felt like James's magic. But James was dead. Sirius had held his body, seen his vacant eyes. Yet the magical signature pulsing through the prison walls carried the unmistakable Potter resonance. Harry, he whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. The stone floor beneath him trembled. At first, Sirius thought he was hallucinating. Azkaban did that to you eventually. But then the trembling increased, and dust rained down from the ceiling. 3 cells down, Bellatrix Lestrange pressed her wild-haired head against the bars. Her dark eyes widened as she felt it too, power, raw and uncontrolled, surging through the ancient prison. What magic is this? She hissed, her fingers gripping the metal bars so tightly her knuckles went white. Back in Little Whinging, Harry gasped as the feeling inside him swelled beyond containing. His small body couldn't hold whatever was building up inside. The cupboard door rattled on its hinges. Dudley's broken toys on the shelf above him began to vibrate. Stop, Harry whimpered, clutching his head. Please stop. But it wouldn't stop. The magic, though Harry didn't know to call it that yet, had reached its breaking point after years of being suppressed and punished. Harry's desperation, his hunger, his loneliness, all fed into it until, the light bulb exploded. Harry screamed. And something inside him broke free. The cupboard door blasted off its hinges. Throughout the house, windows shattered simultaneously. The television in the living room exploded in a shower of sparks. Upstairs, pipes burst, sending water cascading down the staircase. The magical shockwave expanded outward from Privet Drive, invisible but immensely powerful. It rippled across Britain in seconds, seeking something, or someone. Magic called to magic, and hundreds of miles away, it found Azkaban. The ancient prison, built to contain the darkest wizards in Britain, had stood for centuries against storms both magical and natural. But it had never faced anything like this. The raw power slammed into its foundations like a tsunami, exploiting every weakness in its structure. Sirius felt the floor heave beneath him. Cracks spiderwebbed across his cell wall. The magic washing over him felt warm, like sunlight after endless cold. And with it came certainty, this was Harry. James's son was reaching out, somehow, impossibly. When the first wall collapsed, Sirius didn't hesitate. He transformed into his animagus form, the massive black dog slipping through the widening cracks as the prison began to fall apart around him. The Dementors were scattering, confused and repelled by the strange magic permeating the air. Throughout the prison, other inmates felt it too. Augustus Rookwood, the former unspeakable, recognized the magical signature as old protection magic, somehow twisted and amplified. Antonin Dolohov simply laughed as his cell door warped and bent, creating a gap just wide enough to squeeze through. And Bellatrix felt something else entirely. As the magic washed over her, a binding sensation wrapped around her very core. It wasn't the Imperious curse, it was deeper, more fundamental. A life debt, forming instantaneously, connecting her to whoever had shattered her prison. "Who dares," she shrieked, even as she clawed her way through the crumbling doorway. "Who dares command Bellatrix Lestrange?" But she felt the pull already, south, toward London and beyond. Toward a presence she couldn't identify but suddenly couldn't ignore. Every prisoner felt it differently, but they all felt the same pull. Freedom had come at a price none of them understood yet, but all would soon discover. At the Ministry of Magic, alarms blared throughout the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Aurors sprinted down corridors as magical maps flashed red warning lights over the North Sea. What in Merlin's name is happening? Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, demanded as he burst into the DMLE's operations center, still fastening his dressing gown. Amelia Bones, head of the department, looked up from the detection equipment with a face carved from stone. "Minister, Azkaban has fallen. The prison is gone. Gone. A prison doesn't just disappear, Bones. See for yourself," she said grimly, pointing to a magical visualization showing the island fortress. Or rather, what remained of it, a crumbling ruin, with figures streaming away in all directions. The Dementor guardians were scattered, no longer containing the prisoners. "How many?" Fudge whispered, his face ashen. "All of them," Amelia replied. "Every single prisoner is escaping." Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, approached with a field report. "We've got a separate magical disturbance in Surrey. Massive underage magical discharge in Little Whinging. I don't care about underage magic at a time like this." Fudge snapped. "You should," Scrimgeour said gravely. "Because the magical signature matches the force that hit Azkaban. They're connected." Amelia's eyes widened. "Little Whinging, isn't that where Potter lives?" Scrimgeour finished. "Yes. And every escaped prisoner seems to be heading in that direction." Harry sat in the ruins of the Dursley home, too shocked to cry. The entire ground floor had been gutted, walls cracked and furniture splintered. Water from broken pipes soaked the floors. Uncle Vernon lay unconscious near the staircase where the blast had thrown him. Aunt Petunia huddled in a corner with Dudley, both staring at Harry with naked terror. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered, though he didn't fully understand what had happened. "I didn't mean to." Petunia's face contorted with hatred and fear. "You're just like her, just like my freak sister. Dangerous. Unnatural." Harry flinched at her words. Something warm trickled down his face, and he touched his fingers to his lightning scar, surprised to find blood. It had split open during whatever had just happened. A noise outside made them all freeze. Someone was in the garden. Harry heard footsteps, then several voices arguing in hushed tones. He's just a child. The magic is unmistakable, the Dark Lord will want, shut up, all of you. The front door, hanging by a single hinge, creaked open. A thin man with long, matted black hair stepped into the ruined living room. His prison-striped clothes hung off his gaunt frame, and his eyes looked haunted, but they fixed on Harry with unmistakable recognition. "Harry," the man said, his voice breaking. "You look so much like James." Harry stared back, his small body tense with fear but also something else. Something like recognition, though he'd never seen this man before. "Who are you?" Harry asked. The man took a hesitant step forward, then stopped when Harry flinched back. "My name is Sirius Black. I'm your godfather." More figures appeared behind Sirius, ragged, dangerous-looking people crowding the doorway and peering through shattered windows. Harry counted at least a dozen before he stopped trying. "Get away from my family, you freaks." Vernon had regained consciousness and staggered to his feet, face purple with rage despite the blood dripping from a cut on his forehead. "I'll call the police." A woman with heavy-lidded eyes and wild black hair pushed past Sirius, her gaunt face twisted in a snarl. "This is the muggle who keeps you, little magic breaker." She raised what looked like a stick, but Harry somehow knew it was more than that. "No!" Harry shouted, scrambling to his feet. "Don't hurt them." To his shock, the woman froze mid-motion, a look of surprise and fury crossing her face. "I cannot." She struggled against some invisible force. "What have you done to me, boy?" Sirius looked between Harry and the woman with dawning realization. "It's a life debt, Bellatrix. We all owe him a life debt for freeing us." He turned to Harry with amazement. "Your magic broke Azkaban, the wizard prison. You freed everyone inside." "I didn't mean to," Harry said again, overwhelmed. "Of course you didn't," Sirius said gently. "But accidental magic can be powerful, especially from a wizard as strong as you must be." Vernon Dursley, seeing his chance while the intruders were distracted, lunged forward and grabbed Harry by the arm, yanking him painfully. "You'll not take the boy. We're stuck with him, freak protection or not." What happened next occurred so quickly that Harry barely processed it. At Vernon's rough handling, nearly every prisoner in view raised their wands, faces contorted with anger. But it was Sirius who moved first, crossing the space between them in 2 strides and physically tearing Vernon's hand from Harry's arm. "Don't touch my godson." Each word was punctuated with barely controlled rage. Vernon stumbled back, fear finally overtaking his anger. A tall black man with a regal bearing despite his prison garb stepped forward. "The life debt compels us to protect him," he said in a deep voice. "Even those who would normally wish him harm." "Shacklebolt speaks truth," hissed Bellatrix, still fighting whatever invisible force held her in check. "I cannot raise wand against the boy, much as I desire to. His magic binds us." Harry looked around at all the faces staring at him, some curious, some calculating, some outright hostile despite their apparent inability to harm him. He didn't understand exactly what was happening, but he understood enough to know his life had just changed forever. "They're coming," said another prisoner, looking out the broken window toward the street. "Ministry wizards. Dozens of them." Sirius knelt in front of Harry, meeting his eyes directly. "Harry, I know you have no reason to trust me. But I was your father's best friend. I was there the day you were born. And I swore to protect you if anything happened to your parents." His voice cracked slightly. "I failed you once. I won't fail again. But we need to leave, now." Harry glanced at the Dursleys huddled together, at the strange prisoner surrounding him, at the ruins of the only home he'd ever known. It wasn't much of a choice. "Okay," he said quietly. "Where will we go?" "Somewhere safe," Sirius promised, carefully taking Harry's small hand in his. Somewhere they'll never lock you in a cupboard again. Harry's eyes widened. How did you? We all felt it, Sirius said grimly. Your pain, your fear, it resonated through the magic that freed us. He looked up at the other prisoners. Anyone who wants to avoid going back to Azkaban, come with us now. The rest of you can take your chances with the Aurors. Not a single prisoner stayed behind. Albus Dumbledore arrived at Privet Drive 30 minutes too late. The house stood in ruins, the Dursleys were babbling incoherently about escaped criminals, and Harry Potter was gone. The blood wards have collapsed completely, Dumbledore murmured, running a hand along the broken doorframe and feeling the lingering magic. Extraordinary. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the real one, not the prisoner who had apparently impersonated him, approached with a grim expression. Headmaster, we've identified at least 20 magical signatures besides Harry's. Sirius Black, Bellatrix Lestrange, Augustus Rookwood, all the highest security prisoners appear to have been here. And yet, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, the Dursleys are unharmed. Frightened, yes, but not a curse mark on them. His blue eyes twinkled with sudden understanding. How very interesting. Interesting? Kingsley asked incredulously. The most dangerous dark wizards in Britain have abducted Harry Potter. I don't believe he was abducted, Kingsley, Dumbledore replied, still examining the magical residue. I believe he went willingly. And I believe our escapees may find themselves in a rather unexpected situation. He straightened up, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. We have made a grave miscalculation about young Harry's power. The abandoned hunting lodge in Scotland's remote highlands had clearly been empty for years. Dust covered every surface, and wildlife had made homes in the corners. But it had a roof, walls, and was miles from any other dwelling, magical or muggle. Harry sat on a threadbare sofa, watching in fascination as the escaped prisoners worked to secure and repair the building. Some used magic to clean and mend, while others established what Sirius called wards around the perimeter. Harry didn't fully understand, but he gathered they were like magical alarm systems. You're really my godfather? Harry asked when Sirius brought him a mug of hot chocolate conjured by one of the more domestically inclined prisoners. I am, Sirius confirmed, sitting beside Harry. Your father and I were like brothers. He and your mother named me your guardian if anything happened to them. Then why was I with the Dursleys? Why didn't you take care of me? Pain flashed across Sirius's face. I was wrongfully imprisoned, Harry. I never betrayed your parents, that was Peter Pettigrew. But everyone thought it was me. His hands shook slightly around his own mug. I've been in Azkaban since you were a year old. Harry digested this information slowly. So, all these people, they're prisoners too? Yes. Some, like me, were innocent. Others. Sirius glanced across the room where Bellatrix was arguing with a pale, refined-looking wizard named Rookwood. Others did terrible things during the war. War? What war? Sirius's eyes widened. You don't know. About Voldemort? About how your parents really died? Harry shook his head. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. That's how I got this. He touched his lightning scar. The rage that crossed Sirius's face was so intense that Harry instinctively leaned away. Sirius immediately softened his expression. I'm not angry at you, Harry. Never at you. I'm furious that no one told you the truth. He took a deep breath. Your parents were heroes. They fought against a dark wizard called Voldemort, and they died protecting you from him. As Sirius explained about the Wizarding War, Voldemort's reign of terror, and how baby Harry had somehow defeated the most feared dark wizard of all time, other prisoners drifted closer to listen. Harry noticed they flinched whenever Sirius said, Voldemort. So these people. Harry gestured to the Death Eaters. Were on Voldemort's side, Sirius confirmed grimly. They'd have killed you without hesitation before today. But now they can't, said a new voice. A thin, scholarly-looking wizard approached and sat across from them. August Rookwood, he introduced himself with a slight bow of his head. Former Unspeakable, a researcher of magical mysteries for the Ministry before other allegiances claimed me. What do you mean they can't hurt me now? Harry asked. Life debts are ancient magic, Rookwood explained, his academic tone at odds with his ragged appearance. When a wizard saves another's life, a magical bond forms. The saved wizard cannot directly harm their savior and feels compelled to repay the debt. But I didn't save anyone, Harry protested. You freed us from Azkaban, said another prisoner, Dolohov, Harry thought his name was. Azkaban is worse than death. Constant torment from dementors, creatures that feed on happiness until you're left with only your worst memories, your darkest thoughts. Your magic recognized your own suffering, Rookwood continued. Locked away, starved, abused by those muggles. In your desperation, your magic reached out and found others similarly imprisoned. It shattered the walls that contained us, and in doing so, created life debts more powerful than any I've ever encountered or read about. Harry looked around at all the faces watching him, some grateful, some resentful, all bound to him by magic they couldn't escape. What happens now? He asked in a small voice. Now, said Bellatrix, stepping forward with a disturbing smile, we teach you what it means to command the loyalty of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain, my little lord. Bellatrix, Sirius warned, but Harry surprised everyone by meeting the witch's gaze steadily. I don't want to command anyone, he said firmly. I just want. He trailed off, realizing he didn't know what he wanted anymore. Safety. Family. Understanding of this new world he'd suddenly been thrust into. You need protection, Sirius said gently. The Ministry will be hunting all of us. Dumbledore will be searching for you. And when word spreads about what happened. He shook his head grimly. The boy needs training, said a witch Harry hadn't spoken to yet. She had a stern face but kind eyes. Magical control, at minimum. What he did to Azkaban was unprecedented. Murmurs of agreement spread through the gathered prisoners. First, Sirius said firmly, he needs rest, proper food, and clothes that fit. He's a child, not a weapon or a lord or whatever else you all want to make him. To Harry's surprise, no one argued with Sirius. Whatever this life debt magic was, it seemed to make them recognize the wisdom in taking care of their savior properly. As the group dispersed to continue securing their hideout, Harry felt overwhelmed by everything he'd learned. Magic was real. His parents were murdered heroes. He'd accidentally freed the most dangerous criminals in the wizarding world. And now they were all magically bound to him. Sirius, he said quietly when they were relatively alone again, am I a bad person for letting them out? Some of them seem scary. Sirius's expression softened. Harry, you're not responsible for their past actions, and you didn't free them by choice. Your magic responded to your suffering, that's all. What matters is what happens next. He squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. And I'll be right here to help you figure that out. Later that night, as Harry lay on a conjured bed that was more comfortable than anything he'd ever slept on at the Dursleys, he tried to process everything that had happened. From prisoner of the cupboard to master of prisoners in a single day, it was too much to understand. But one thing felt clear as he drifted toward sleep. For the first time in his memory, he wasn't alone anymore. For better or worse, he had people now, people who couldn't abandon him even if they wanted to. The thought should have been comforting, but as dreams claimed him, Harry couldn't help wondering, was he truly free now, or had he simply traded one cage for another? The following weeks brought rapid changes as Harry's unusual new household established itself. Sirius took charge of Harry's care and basic education, while the other prisoners fell into roles based on their skills and the strange new dynamics of their situation. The life debts created a peculiar hierarchy. While all were bound to Harry, the nature of each bond varied based on the individual's own magic and intent. Those like Sirius, who genuinely cared for Harry's well-being, found the bond almost unnoticeable, a gentle reinforcement of what they already wished to do. Others, particularly the Death Eaters, experienced the bond as a constant, irritating compulsion they couldn't directly oppose but continuously tried to work around. They couldn't harm Harry or directly disobey his explicit commands, but they maintained their own agendas and looked for loopholes at every turn. One morning, Harry discovered this firsthand when he interrupted an intense discussion between Bellatrix, Rookwood, and Dolohov. "The Dark Lord will return," Bellatrix was insisting, her voice fanatical despite weeks of better food and rest. "When he does, he'll release us from this child bondage." "That's not how life debts work," Rookwood replied wearily. "No magic can break them except repayment or death." "Then perhaps," Dolohov began, but stopped abruptly when he noticed Harry standing in the doorway. The change was immediate and disconcerting. Bellatrix's hostile expression melted into an eerie, false sweetness. "Little lord," she cooed, "come to check on your faithful servants." Harry frowned. "I told you not to call me that." "Of course, Harry," she corrected instantly, though her eyes flashed with resentment. "You were talking about me," Harry said bluntly. At 5 years old, he lacked subtlety but compensated with directness. "About wanting to get away from me?" The three Death Eaters shifted uncomfortably, physically unable to lie directly to him due to the bonds. "We were discussing our complicated loyalties," Rookwood finally admitted. "Our previous master and our current situation." "Voldemort," Harry said, noting their flinches with interest. "Sirius told me what you all did for him. That you hurt people. Killed them. We served a greater purpose." Bellatrix snapped, then looked shocked at her own outburst. Harry studied them thoughtfully. "I don't want servants," he said after a moment. "And I don't want to be like Voldemort, making people do bad things." The simple moral clarity of his statement seemed to confound the Death Eaters. Harry continued before they could respond. "But Sirius says some of you would hurt me or others if you could. So I'm ordering you not to hurt anyone unless it's to protect yourselves or me. No killing, no. What's the word? Crucifying." "Cruciatus," Rookwood corrected automatically, looking stunned. "That. None of those unforgivable curses Sirius told me about. Not on anyone." The three Death Eaters stared at him in disbelief, clearly feeling the binding magic take hold around his command. Bellatrix let out a strangled noise of protest. "You can't, you're limiting our magic." "I'm limiting how you use it to hurt people," Harry replied firmly. "If you want to stay here, those are my rules." As he walked away, leaving them speechless, Harry felt a strange mixture of power and discomfort. He didn't like controlling others, but Sirius had explained that some of these people would do terrible things if left unchecked. Until Harry understood more about magic and the wizarding world, these boundaries seemed necessary. Sirius found him later, sitting alone by a window overlooking the misty Scottish hills. "I heard what you did," Sirius said, sitting beside him. "That was impressive, Harry. And wise." "It felt weird," Harry admitted. "Like I was being mean, telling them what to do." "There's a difference between being controlling and setting boundaries," Sirius explained. "You're not forcing them to worship you or serve your every whim. You're just preventing them from causing harm." Harry considered this. "Bellatrix scares me sometimes. She looks at me like she can't decide if she wants to hug me or hurt me." Bellatrix was dangerous before Azkaban, and the Dementors didn't improve her mental state, Sirius said grimly. "But she can't harm you now, and you've just ensured she can't harm others either. That's more than the Ministry ever managed." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion outside. Harry and Sirius rushed to the window to see several prisoners forming a defensive perimeter, wands drawn toward the tree line. "Someone's coming," Sirius said tensely, drawing his own recently acquired wand. "Stay inside, Harry." But before Sirius reached the door, it burst open, and a prisoner named Caro rushed in. "It's Malfoy," he announced. Lucius Malfoy is approaching under a white flag. Says he wants to parley. Sirius's expression darkened. Malfoy. That snake avoided Azkaban by claiming Imperius, but he was Voldemort's right hand. He's brought his wife, Caro continued. Says she's here to see her sister. Narcissa, Sirius muttered. Bellatrix's sister. Married into the Malfoy fortune and influence. Harry looked up at Sirius. Should we talk to them? Sirius hesitated. It could be a trap. But Lucius is too smart to attack directly with his wife in tow. And he's politically connected, we might learn what the ministry is planning. Harry straightened his shoulders. After weeks of adjustment, he was starting to grow more comfortable with his unusual position. Let's hear what they want. The meeting was held in what had once been the lodge's great room. Harry sat in a sturdy chair with Sirius standing protectively beside him, while a semicircle of prisoners lined the walls, wands casually but unmistakably ready. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy entered with perfect aristocratic composure, though their eyes widened slightly at the sight of so many escaped criminals in one place. Lucius was tall and immaculate in expensive black robes, his long platinum hair contrasting with Narcissa's lighter blonde. Despite the circumstances, they carried themselves like visiting royalty. Mr. Potter, Lucius said smoothly, offering a slight bow. A pleasure to finally meet you, though the circumstances are unprecedented. Why are you here, Malfoy? Sirius demanded before Harry could respond. Lucius's cold grey eyes flicked to Sirius with distaste. Black. I see your time in Azkaban hasn't improved your manners. I'm here to offer young Mr. Potter some assistance. What kind of assistance? Harry asked, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Information, resources, political influence, Lucius replied. The wizarding world is in an uproar, Mr. Potter. The minister is under immense pressure to recapture the Azkaban escapees, by any means necessary. Including harming Harry? Sirius asked sharply. Officially? Of course not. The boy who lived is a hero. Lucius's thin smile held no warmth. Unofficially? There are those who believe Mr. Potter represents a greater threat than the Dark Lord ever did, given his apparent control over Britain's most dangerous wizards. Harry frowned. I don't control anyone. They just can't hurt me. An important distinction that is being deliberately overlooked, Lucius said smoothly. The narrative being constructed is that you've somehow enslaved these wizards to your will, that you're forming an army. Narcissa, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. May I speak with my sister? At that moment, Bellatrix emerged from the shadows at the back of the room. Sissy, she said, her voice softer than Harry had ever heard it. You look well. The sisters regarded each other for a long moment before Narcissa crossed the space between them and embraced Bellatrix. I thought you were lost forever, she whispered. Harry watched the reunion with fascination. It was the first time he'd seen Bellatrix display genuine emotion that wasn't rage or fanaticism. What exactly are you offering? Sirius asked Lucius, bringing the conversation back to business. Safe houses with better protections than this, Lucius replied. Financial resources. Information about ministry movements. And a direct line of communication to those who might be persuaded to view Mr. Potter's situation more pragmatically. In exchange for what? Harry asked, surprising everyone with his directness. Lucius smiled thinly. Intelligent question, Mr. Potter. I want assurances that my wife's sister and our other associates will not be used against our family's interests. And I want a voice in whatever future you're building here. I'm not building anything, Harry protested. I just want to be safe. You shattered Azkaban with accidental magic at age 5, Mr. Potter. Whether you intended it or not, you've become the most significant magical force in Britain overnight. There is no path forward that doesn't involve building something. Before Harry could respond, the perimeter wards triggered again. One of the prisoners assigned to security rushed in. "Horrors," he gasped. "At least 20, approaching fast through the trees." Lucius's face tightened. "It seems my visit was noticed despite our precautions. You have perhaps 3 minutes before they breach your wards." Sirius grabbed Harry's shoulder. "We need to evacuate. Now." "Wait," Lucius said sharply. "Fighting will only worsen your position politically. Let me speak with them first." "Why would you help us?" Harry asked, even as the room erupted into frantic activity. Lucius met his gaze directly. "Because my son Draco is your age, Mr. Potter. And I've just watched my sister-in-law reunite with my wife after years of believing they'd never meet again. Family matters to me, whatever else you may have heard." His voice hardened. "And because I recognize power when I see it." Harry made his first truly strategic decision in that moment. "Okay. Try to talk to them. But we're still getting ready to leave, just in case." As Lucius swept out to meet the approaching horrors, Harry found himself at the center of organized chaos. Prisoners gathered essential supplies and prepared evacuation routes. Sirius never left his side, keeping a protective arm around Harry's shoulders. "Are we doing the right thing?" Harry asked quietly. "Letting Malfoy help us?" "Sirius says he was with Voldemort." Sirius sighed. "Politics makes for strange alliances, Harry. Lucius is a self-serving snake, but he's also smart enough to recognize which way the wind is blowing. If he thinks you're going to be a major power, he'll want to ally with you rather than oppose you." "I don't want to be a major power," Harry said frustratedly. "I just want." He trailed off, unsure how to articulate what he wanted. "A normal life?" Sirius suggested gently. "I'm afraid that was never going to be possible for you, even before all this. You're the boy who lived. But we can try to give you as much normalcy as possible under the circumstances." Outside, they could hear raised voices as Lucius apparently negotiated with the Aurors. Tension filled the lodge as everyone waited to see if they would need to flee or fight. After what seemed like hours but was probably only minutes, Lucius returned, looking grimly satisfied. "They've agreed to withdraw temporarily. I convinced them that attacking a house containing Harry Potter would be a political disaster, especially if he were harmed in the crossfire." "They just left?" Sirius asked skeptically. "For now," Lucius confirmed. "But this location is compromised. You need to relocate immediately. I have a property in Cornwall that would suit your needs, unplottable and under Fidelius." Harry looked at Sirius questioningly. "Magical protections," Sirius explained. "The strongest kind. It would make the location impossible to find without a secret keeper." "And who would be this secret keeper?" Sirius asked Lucius suspiciously. "That would be up to Mr. Potter, of course," Lucius replied smoothly. "Though I would suggest someone whose loyalty is assured by more than magical compulsion." All eyes turned to Harry, who felt the weight of their expectations like a physical burden. He was 5 years old, making decisions that adults were deferring to him. It was terrifying and oddly empowering at the same time. "Sirius," Harry said finally. "I trust Sirius." The simple declaration sent ripples through the room. The Death Eaters looked displeased but unsurprised. Narcissa and Bellatrix exchanged meaningful glances. And Sirius. Sirius looked simultaneously honored and terrified by the responsibility. "Then it's settled," Lucius said briskly. "Gather your people, Mr. Potter. We leave within the hour." As Harry watched the prisoners, his prisoners, though he hated thinking of them that way, prepare for departure, he realized that his life had permanently shifted onto a new path. There was no going back to being just Harry, the unwanted nephew in the cupboard under the stairs. For better or worse, he was now Harry Potter, the boy who shattered Azkaban, the child with the most dangerous witches and wizards in Britain bound to his will. And somehow, he would have to find his way forward, balancing power with compassion, strength with kindness. Sirius squeezed his shoulder reassuringly, as if sensing his thoughts. "One day at a time, Harry," he said softly. "We'll figure this out together." Harry nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to help coordinate their evacuation. His first command had been not to hurt people. His second would be to protect each other. Small steps toward the kind of leader he wanted to become, not a Dark Lord, not a weapon, but something entirely new. The wizarding world wasn't ready for him. But then, until today, he hadn't been ready for it either. They would just have to adapt to each other. Chapter 2, Debts and Allegiances. 6 months changed everything and nothing. Harry Potter stood at the window of Sea Shadow Manor, watching waves crash against the Cornish cliffs below. At nearly 6 years old, he'd grown an inch taller and several years wiser. The manor hummed with activity behind him, footsteps on marble floors, distant voices arguing about security rotations, the occasional magical crack or bang from the east wing where practice duels ran daily. Harry's family had settled into routines that almost felt normal, if you ignored that half of them were former terrorists and the other half their former targets. "Canute for your thoughts." Sirius appeared beside him, looking healthier than he had months ago. Regular meals and freedom had restored some of his former good looks, though Azkaban had left permanent shadows in his eyes. "Just thinking about how weird everything is," Harry said, not turning from the window. 6 months ago I didn't even know magic existed. Now I'm living in a secret mansion with a bunch of criminals who can't disobey me." Sirius winced. "When you put it like that, it does sound strange. Is it wrong that sometimes I like it?" Harry asked quietly. "Not the controlling people part. But having power. Not being helpless anymore." Sirius rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. "There's nothing wrong with appreciating your strength, Harry. Power isn't inherently good or evil, it's how you use it." Their conversation was interrupted by the library door swinging open. Augustus Rookwood entered, carrying a stack of ancient-looking books. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I've found those texts on magical theory you requested." He placed them carefully on a nearby table. "Though I still believe practical applications would serve you better at this stage." Harry smiled. "Thanks, Mr. Rookwood. We're still doing the practical lessons this afternoon, right?" "Indeed. Though I believe it's Madame Zabini's turn to instruct you in charms fundamentals." Olivia Zabini was one of the less dangerous prisoners, in for fraud and suspected husband-killing rather than Death Eater activities. She'd proven to be an excellent teacher with a patience that surprised everyone. "Speaking of education," Sirius interjected, "Amelia Bones sent another owl this morning." Harry's expression brightened. "What did she say?" "She's still negotiating with the ministry. Fudge is reluctant, but she thinks she can arrange a formal hearing by year's end." Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had emerged as an unexpected ally. After several tense standoffs between ministry forces and Harry's group, she'd recognized the unprecedented nature of the life-debt bonds and sought diplomatic solutions rather than force. "Do you think they'll actually listen?" Harry asked skeptically. He'd learned quickly how corrupt and inflexible the wizarding government could be. "Amelia is respected," Sirius said. "If anyone can make them see reason, it's her." Rookwood cleared his throat. "Forgive my interruption, but there's another matter requiring attention. The Dolohov faction is demanding more involvement in security decisions. They're becoming restless." Harry sighed. This was the downside of commanding dozens of powerful, opinionated witches and wizards. Despite the life debts binding them, strong personalities had naturally formed alliances and rivalries within the group. 3 distinct factions had emerged. The Loyalists, led by Sirius, included those who genuinely cared for Harry's well-being or believed in redemption through serving him. The Pragmatists, led by Rookwood, viewed their situation as an acceptable alternative to Azkaban and followed Harry's leadership while seeking advantages within the constraints of their bonds. And the reluctants, led by Antonin Dolohov and Bellatrix Lestrange, constantly tested the boundaries of their magical obligations, looking for loopholes and maintaining their Death Eater ideologies. "They're worried about the Dumbledore situation," Sirius explained. "We've had 3 near misses with his Order members in the past month." "I'm not afraid of Dumbledore," Harry said, though his tone lacked conviction. The truth was more complicated. Harry had learned enough about Albus Dumbledore to feel deeply conflicted. The man had left him with the Dursleys, apparently never checking on his welfare. Yet by all accounts, Dumbledore was also the greatest wizard alive and had led the fight against Voldemort. "Perhaps you should meet with Dolohov," Rookwood suggested. "A demonstration of your attention to their concerns might ease tensions." Harry nodded reluctantly. "Fine. Set it up for after my lessons." As Rookwood left to arrange the meeting, Sirius studied Harry with a mixture of pride and concern. "You know, sometimes I forget you're only 5, almost 6. The way you handle these situations." "I don't feel 5, Harry admitted. "Not since that night." The night he'd shattered Azkaban had changed him in ways beyond the obvious. His magic had matured rapidly, and with it, aspects of his mind and personality. The healers among the prisoners theorized that the massive magical expenditure had accelerated his development, particularly in areas related to leadership and decision-making. He wasn't an adult in a child's body, but neither was he a typical child. The duality sometimes left him feeling isolated, too mature for children his age, too physically small and inexperienced for the role thrust upon him. "Just promise me something," Sirius said, interrupting his thoughts. "Promise you'll still make time to play, to laugh. James and Lily would want you to have a childhood, even if it's an unusual one." Harry smiled. "That's what flying lessons with you are for, right?" Sirius grinned back. "Exactly. And speaking of which, I've convinced Malfoy to loan us his son's training broom for you. Much better than that ancient thing we found in the attic." The mention of Malfoy reminded Harry of another complication in his new life. Lucius and Narcissa had become regular visitors, bringing supplies, information, and political connections. Harry remained wary of Lucius's ultimate motivations, but couldn't deny the man's usefulness. "Is he visiting again this weekend?" Harry asked. "Yes, and he's bringing Draco this time. Thought you might like to meet someone your own age." Harry nodded noncommittally. The idea of meeting another wizard child intrigued him, but he'd heard enough about the Malfoy heir to have reservations. Still, any break in the routine of lessons, strategy meetings, and navigating prisoner politics would be welcome. The East Wing dueling chamber had been converted into an impromptu classroom for Harry's magical education. Unlike most wizarding children, who weren't given wands until 11, Harry's unique circumstances had prompted Sirius to procure a wand for him almost immediately. "The Ministry traces underage magic through wands sold to minors," he had explained. "But this beauty," he presented Harry with a slender wand of rowan wood, "comes from a private wandmaker in Prague. Completely untraceable." Now Harry stood in the center of the chamber, the rowan wand extended toward a feather floating in midair. Madame Zabini circled him, adjusting his grip and stance. "Intent matters more than pronunciation," she instructed. "Feel the magic gathering at your core, then direct it through your arm, into the wand. Wingardium Leviosa is just a focus for that intent." Harry concentrated, visualizing his magic as Rookwood had taught him during meditation exercises. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather wobbled, rose 6 inches, then shot toward the ceiling before drifting back down. "Better control than yesterday," Zabini noted. "Again, but this time, imagine the feather moving exactly as you wish it to." After an hour of charms practice, Harry moved on to potions with a former apothecary who'd been imprisoned for selling restricted ingredients to Death Eaters. Then came magical history and theory with Rookwood, who balanced his Death Eater past with genuinely brilliant academic credentials. By mid-afternoon, Harry's head was swimming with information, but he felt that familiar thrill that came with learning magic. Each new spell, each bit of knowledge, represented freedom and security he'd never had before. "You're progressing exceptionally fast," Rookwood commented as they finished reviewing magical family lines. "Most pure-blooded children raised around magic don't grasp theory this quickly." "I have good teachers," Harry said diplomatically. "And lots of motivation." The truth, which neither mentioned directly, was that Harry's magical abilities seemed unnaturally accelerated since the Azkaban incident. Spells came easily to him, and his magical core, whatever that meant exactly, was apparently much stronger than normal for his age. "Dumbledore and his faction are waiting in the strategy room," Rookwood said, checking a charmed pocket watch. "Shall we proceed?" Harry nodded, mentally switching gears from student to leader. These transitions still felt jarring sometimes. The strategy room had once been a formal dining room. Now it held a massive table covered with maps of magical Britain, lists of ministry officials, and intelligence reports smuggled out by Malfoy's contacts. Dumbledore and 5 other Death Eaters stood around it, tension evident in their postures. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore greeted him with the bare minimum of respect. A brutal-faced wizard with cold eyes, he'd been one of Voldemort's most effective killers. "Thank you for meeting with us." "Rookwood said you have concerns about security," Harry said, not bothering with pleasantries. He'd learned that direct approaches worked best with the reluctance. "We do." Dumbledore gestured to a map showing recent magical disturbances near their location. "Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix has established a pattern. They're searching quadrant by quadrant, and they're getting closer. Our wards will hold," Harry said confidently. "Against ordinary wizards, yes. Against Albus Dumbledore?" Dumbledore shook his head. "The Fidelius is strong, but he has resources we can't anticipate." "What do you suggest?" Harry asked, genuinely curious despite his wariness of Dumbledore's motives. "A preemptive strike." "We know where they're headquartered." "No," Harry interrupted firmly. "We don't attack unless attacked first. That's been the rule from day one." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "Even if it means risking capture?" "Dumbledore won't just take you for ice cream, Potter. He'll separate you from us, lock us back in Azkaban or worse." "He wouldn't hurt a child," Harry insisted, though doubt crept into his voice. Bellatrix, who had been surprisingly quiet, laughed sharply. "Dumbledore sacrifices pawns for his greater good without hesitation. You're not just any child to him, you're a weapon he lost control of." The uncomfortable truth in her words made Harry pause. Sirius and others had shared enough about Dumbledore's manipulations to make Harry question the headmaster's methods, if not his ultimate goals. "We still don't attack first," Harry said after a moment. "But I agree we need better intelligence on their movements." "What if we—" A thunderous boom shook the entire manor, cutting off Harry's words. Dust rained from the ceiling as magical alarms began shrieking. "The wards!" Someone shouted from the hallway. "Outer perimeter breach." Dumbledore gave Harry a look that clearly said, "I told you so," before drawing his wand. "Battle stations. All combatants to designated positions." The room erupted into action. Harry found himself swept up by Sirius, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Safe room, now," Sirius ordered, half carrying Harry toward the center of the manor where the most heavily protected chamber was located. "Who is it?" Harry demanded as they ran. "Ministry or Dumbledore?" "Both," Sirius said grimly. "Aurors and Order members working together. Someone leaked our location." As they passed windows, Harry caught glimpses of the grounds. Dozens of figures in Auror red robes and civilian clothing were advancing through the garden, exchanging spell fire with Harry's defenders. "We need to help them," Harry protested as Sirius pulled him into the safe room. "They're bound to protect you, Harry. The best help you can give them is staying safe." Sirius cast additional protective charms on the door. "Besides, nobody's trying to kill anyone out there. Ministry wants prisoners recaptured, not dead. And our side can't kill because of my orders," Harry realized. The restriction he'd placed on the Death Eaters months ago, forbidding them from using lethal or unforgivable curses, now limited their defensive options. Sirius nodded. Exactly. It's a capture operation, not a battle to the death. Harry paced the safe room anxiously, feeling helpless despite the power he theoretically commanded. Outside, he could hear the muffled sounds of combat, explosions, shouted spells, crashes as parts of the manor took damage. "We can't just hide," he said finally. "I need to talk to whoever's in charge out there." "Absolutely not," Sirius replied. "It's too dangerous." "They won't hurt me," Harry insisted. "You said it yourself, I'm the boy who lived. And anyone who's here to capture Death Eaters won't want to harm me." "It's not that simple." Another explosion, much closer, cut off Sirius's objection. The manor shuddered ominously. "Second perimeter breached," came a shout from outside. "They're inside the east wing." Harry made his decision. With a quick movement that caught Sirius off guard, he darted to the door and released the locking charms with a spell Bellatrix had taught him. "Harry, no." Sirius lunged after him, but Harry was already in the corridor. "I order you to stay here until I call for you," Harry commanded, feeling the magic of the life debt respond to his direct command. He hated using it this way, but he couldn't risk Sirius following him into danger. The look of hurt and betrayal on his godfather's face made Harry's stomach twist with guilt, but he turned and ran toward the main hall before Sirius could respond. The scene that greeted him was chaos. Spells flashed between columns and overturned furniture. Several of his people were already bound in magical restraints, while others maintained a defensive perimeter around the grand staircase. And there, directing the Aurors with calm authority, stood Albus Dumbledore himself. Tall and imposing in midnight blue robes, his long silver beard gleaming in the spell light, he radiated power unlike anything Harry had ever felt. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped into the open. "Stop!" he shouted, channeling magic into his voice without consciously deciding to do so. The command reverberated through the hall with supernatural force. The effect was immediate and shocking. Every one of Harry's bound followers froze in place, magical energy visibly crackling around them as the life debts responded to his command. Even those still fighting ceased immediately, lowering their wands. The Aurors and Order members hesitated, surprised by the sudden cessation of resistance. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore turned slowly, his blue eyes widening behind half-moon spectacles as he took in the small figure at the edge of the hall. "Harry," he said softly, but his voice carried clearly. "My boy, what have you done?" Something about his tone, gentle disappointment mixed with calculated concern, ignited a spark of anger in Harry's chest. "What have I done?" he repeated, walking forward. "I freed myself from the people you left me with. I found a family who actually wants me. And I stopped these people from hurting others." A tall, stern-looking witch stepped forward. Harry recognized her from Sirius's descriptions as Amelia Bones. "Mr. Potter, we're not here to harm you. We're here to return these escaped criminals to custody." "They're not criminals anymore," Harry said firmly. "They're mine. Magically bound to me." "Life debts don't erase crimes, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "These people, many of them have done terrible things. They need to face justice." "Like Sirius did?" Harry challenged. "He spent 4 years in Azkaban for something he didn't do. You were chief warlock. Did you ever even check if he was guilty?" A flicker of genuine regret crossed Dumbledore's face. "There were complicated factors at play, there always are with you," came a new voice. Bellatrix emerged from behind a column, her wand lowered but her eyes blazing with hatred as she looked at Dumbledore. "Always the puppet master, never getting your hands dirty." "Bellatrix Lestrange," Dumbledore acknowledged grimly. "Your crimes, at least, are beyond dispute." "I don't deny them," she said with a disturbing smile. "But I serve a new master now." She moved to stand slightly behind Harry, a possessive hand resting on his shoulder. Harry didn't shrug it off, though the touch made him uncomfortable. In this moment, presenting a united front mattered more than his personal feelings. Mr. Potter, Amelia Bones said carefully, perhaps we could discuss this situation more privately. Without certain influences present. Her eyes flickered to Bellatrix. I think we should all talk, Harry countered. All the parties involved. But not like this, not with wands drawn and people hurt. Dumbledore and Bones exchanged glances. After a moment, Dumbledore nodded. A reasonable request. Perhaps a temporary truce while we negotiate. Negotiate what? Demanded a rough-voiced Auror. They're escaped prisoners. There's nothing to discuss. Silence, Scrimgeour, Bones ordered. This situation has no precedent in magical law. The boy is right, we need to talk before more damage is done. Over the next hour, an uneasy peace was established. The injured on both sides were treated. Harry released Sirius from his command, enduring a fierce hug followed by an equally fierce lecture on reckless behavior. And preparations were made for a formal discussion in the manor's undamaged West Wing. Harry found himself seated at the head of a long table, Sirius on his right and Rookwood on his left. Facing them were Dumbledore, Bones, and the Auror called Scrimgeour. Other key figures from both sides lined the table's edges, watching tensely. Let me be clear about our position, Harry began, trying to sound more confident than he felt. These people are bound to me by life debts. They physically cannot harm me, and they're compelled to protect me. I've also ordered them not to hurt anyone else unless in defense. That's all well and good, Mr. Potter, Scrimgeour said impatiently, but it doesn't change the fact that they're convicted criminals who've escaped lawful imprisonment. A life debt is among the most ancient and powerful magical bonds, Rookwood interjected smoothly. It supersedes contractual, legal, and even some familial obligations. There is precedent in wizarding case law, spare us the history lesson, Rookwood, Scrimgeour snapped. No life debt has ever been ruled to override a criminal sentence. No life debt has ever broken open Azkaban before, Sirius pointed out. This is unprecedented magic. Dumbledore, who had been watching Harry intently throughout the exchange, finally spoke. Harry, may I ask, do you understand how this extraordinary bond formed? Life debts typically require the direct saving of a life, yet you were hundreds of miles from Azkaban. Harry hesitated, looking to Sirius. They had theories but no certainties. Sirius nodded encouragingly. We think it has to do with my mother's sacrifice, Harry said carefully. The night Voldemort killed her, she cast some kind of protection over me with her love. When I was suffering at the Dursleys, he shot Dumbledore a pointed look, that protection somehow connected to others who were suffering in captivity. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. Lily's sacrifice created a blood protection, yes, but this extension is remarkable. May I ask who developed this theory? I did, said a silky voice from the doorway. Lucius Malfoy stood there, immaculate as always despite the battle that had just occurred. With input from Mr. Rookwood and research into ancient protective magic. Lucius, Dumbledore acknowledged with noticeably less warmth. I wasn't aware you were involved in this situation. My wife's sister is bound to Mr. Potter, Lucius replied smoothly. That makes it a family matter. Amelia Bones looked between them with growing frustration. Gentlemen, we're straying from the point. We need a practical solution that addresses both Mr. Potter's unique circumstances and the Ministry's obligation to public safety. Harry seized the opening. What if they remain bound to me, but under Ministry supervision? You could assign Aurors to monitor us, set up a reporting system. They'd be serving their sentences by protecting and teaching me instead of sitting in Azkaban. Absolutely not, Scrimgeour rejected immediately. These aren't naughty schoolchildren who wrote on the walls, Potter. They're murderers, torturers, who literally cannot commit those crimes anymore because of my commands, Harry interrupted. Isn't rehabilitation supposed to be part of justice? They're already magically rehabilitated. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled suddenly. An insightful point, Harry. Perhaps there is merit to exploring a conditional arrangement. The negotiation continued for hours, growing increasingly technical as magical law and precedent were debated. Harry found himself relying heavily on Sirius, Rookwood, and surprisingly, Lucius Malfoy, who had apparently invited himself to the negotiations and proven remarkably effective at finding legal loopholes. By evening, a tentative framework had been established. Harry's followers would remain bound to him, but under a complex system of magical monitoring. Those with less severe crimes would have greater freedoms, while the most dangerous, particularly the inner circle Death Eaters, would be subject to additional restrictions, including ministry tracking charms and regular inspections. This is highly irregular, Scrimgeour grumbled as the agreement took shape. So is a 5-year-old destroying Azkaban with accidental magic, Bones replied dryly. We're adapting to unprecedented circumstances, Rufus. As the adults hammered out details, Harry found himself approached by Dumbledore during a brief recess. Harry, the headmaster said gently, might I have a word in private? Sirius immediately tensed. Anything you want to say to Harry, you can say with me present. Dumbledore inclined his head. Of course, Sirius. I would expect nothing less from a godfather taking his responsibilities seriously. There was no mockery in his tone, only genuine approval. I simply wish to explain certain things to Harry that I believe he deserves to know. Harry studied the old wizard cautiously. Like why you left me with the Dursleys. Yes, Dumbledore said simply. And why I believed it necessary, despite knowing they might not treat you with the love you deserved. The admission surprised Harry. He'd expected denials or excuses. Okay, he agreed. Let's talk. They moved to a window alcove, still in sight of the others but with enough privacy for conversation. Dumbledore cast a subtle privacy charm before speaking. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful protective magic, Harry. Blood magic of the most ancient kind. As long as you could call home a place where her blood dwelled, her sister, your aunt, that protection would prevent Voldemort from touching you. But Voldemort's gone, Harry said, though he'd learned enough to suspect this wasn't entirely true. Is he? Dumbledore asked quietly. The Death Eaters don't believe so. Your own followers, particularly those like Bellatrix, maintain their loyalty to him even while bound to you. Harry felt a chill. You think he's coming back? I know he will try, Dumbledore corrected. The question is whether you will be safe when he does. The blood protection was my answer. I chose your safety over your happiness, Harry. A terrible choice no child should suffer for, yet one I felt compelled to make. The honesty was disarming. Harry had built up Dumbledore as a manipulative villain in his mind, but faced with the man himself, he saw genuine regret alongside the calculation. And now? Harry asked. Do you think I'm safe with them? He gestured toward his followers. Dumbledore considered carefully before answering. I think the magic binding them to you is real and powerful. I think many would die before allowing harm to reach you. His expression grew troubled. But I worry about more subtle dangers, Harry. The influence of dark minds on a young soul. The burden of command placed on small shoulders. I'm not dark, Harry said defensively. No, you're not, Dumbledore agreed readily. You've shown remarkable compassion in how you've used your power over them. But darkness can grow slowly, seductively. Power changes people, Harry. Even good people with good intentions. The warning resonated uncomfortably with Harry's earlier confession to Sirius about enjoying his power. What do you want from me? Harry asked directly. For now. To ensure your education continues properly, both magical and moral. To see you grow into the remarkable wizard I know you can be. Dumbledore smiled gently. And when you're older, to attend Hogwarts like your parents did. To have friends your own age, experiences beyond commanding adults. The mention of Hogwarts sparked a longing Harry hadn't realized he felt. Despite his accelerated education, he'd read enough about the magical school to be fascinated by it. Would they let me attend? After all this? Harry gestured around at the aftermath of battle. I am still headmaster, Dumbledore said with a twinkle. And I rather think having you where I can keep an eye on you would ease many minds at the ministry. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the irony. So you want to watch me, and I want to watch my followers, and the ministry wants to watch all of us. Indeed. Trust is in rather short supply these days. Dumbledore's smile faded. But perhaps, in working together despite our differences, we might begin to build some. As they rejoined the main negotiation, Harry felt conflicted. Dumbledore had been more honest than expected, but Harry sensed he still held many secrets back. The old wizard was playing a long game, one Harry couldn't fully see yet. The final agreement took shape near midnight. Harry's followers would remain bound to him under ministry supervision. A rotation of Aurors would live at Sea Shadow Manor to monitor the situation. Harry would continue his education with approved tutors, both from among his followers and ministry-selected teachers. And at age 11, he would attend Hogwarts, with special arrangements for his unique security needs. This is a conditional agreement, Bones emphasized as magical contracts were prepared. Any violation by any party could result in its termination and a return to standard prosecution. As the adults signed various documents, Harry found himself face to face with Bellatrix. She'd been surprisingly quiet during the negotiations, but the look in her eyes now was calculating. Clever little lord, she whispered. Making them believe they have control while keeping us with you. It's not a trick, Harry said firmly. It's a compromise. For now, she agreed with a disturbing smile. But the day will come when you must choose a side, Harry Potter. And when that day comes, remember who was loyal to you from the beginning, not who came with conditions and monitoring charms. Before Harry could respond, Sirius called him over to sign his portion of the agreement, a simplified version appropriate for his age, with Sirius as his magical guardian countersigning the full document. As Harry scrawled his name, he felt the weight of what they'd accomplished today. Not victory or defeat, but something more complex, a fragile peace, built on unprecedented magic and unlikely alliances. When he looked up, he found Dumbledore watching him with that penetrating blue gaze. The old wizard inclined his head slightly, an acknowledgement between equals rather than adult to child. Whatever game they were playing, Harry had just advanced to a new level. The weeks following what became known as the Sea Shadow Accord brought dramatic changes to Harry's household. Ministry personnel became a constant presence, with Aurors rotating through on weekly shifts. Most were professional but wary, treating Harry with a mixture of awe and suspicion. The Death Eaters chafed under the additional restrictions, particularly the tracking charms that monitored their magic use. But the alternative, return to Azkaban, kept outright rebellion in check. Sirius thrived under the new arrangement, serving as the primary liaison between Harry's people and the ministry. His official exoneration had been part of the accord, allowing him to move freely in the wizarding world for the first time in years. As for Harry, his education accelerated under a more structured program combining ministry-approved curricula with the specialized knowledge of his followers. He learned standard charms and transfiguration alongside obscure protective magic and wandless techniques rarely taught to children. Your core is developing faster than any child I've ever seen, remarked Healer Marconi, a ministry specialist assigned to monitor Harry's magical growth. The Azkaban event seems to have acted as a catalyst, accelerating your magical maturity. Is that dangerous? Sirius asked with concern. Not inherently, but it bears watching, Marconi replied. Magic this strong typically develops gradually as a child grows. Having it available so young means extra focus on control is essential. This led to daily meditation sessions with a ministry unspeakable named Croaker, who taught Harry visualization techniques to contain and direct his growing power. Harry found the sessions boring but recognized their importance after an incident where his frustration with a difficult transfiguration exercise had shattered every window on the manor's third floor. One unexpected benefit of the new arrangement was the opportunity to meet other children. As part of the socialization component Dumbledore had insisted on, Harry was allowed supervised playdates with selected wizarding children. The first such meeting was with Draco Malfoy, who arrived at Sea Shadow Manor one Saturday morning flanked by both parents. Potter, the blonde boy, greeted him stiffly, clearly having been coached on proper manners. "Thank you for having me." Harry, equally uncomfortable, nodded. "Thanks for coming. Do you want to see the Quidditch pitch? Sirius set up training hoops for me." Draco's formal demeanor cracked slightly. "You have your own pitch? Father only lets me use ours when his friends aren't visiting." The boys headed outside, accompanied by Sirius and Narcissa as chaperones, while Lucius remained inside for what he described as business discussions with certain followers. Once away from parental scrutiny, Draco's true personality emerged, arrogant, spoiled, but also genuinely passionate about flying and surprisingly knowledgeable about magical creatures. "Is it true you have Bellatrix Lestrange here?" he asked as they took turns on Draco's Comet 260 training broom. "Mother doesn't talk about her much, but I know she's my aunt." "She's here," Harry confirmed cautiously. "She's intense." Draco snorted. "That's putting it mildly. Father says she was the Dark Lord's most devoted follower. Completely mental, but powerful." The casual way Draco referenced Voldemort, or the Dark Lord as the Malfoys called him, still disconcerted Harry. Despite months living with former Death Eaters, he found their reverence for the wizard who murdered his parents disturbing. "What's it like?" Draco asked suddenly, hovering a few feet above the ground. "Having all those adult wizards who have to do what you say?" The question caught Harry off guard. He'd never discussed his feelings about the life debts with someone his own age. "It's not like they're slaves," he said carefully. "They just can't hurt me, and they have to protect me if I'm in danger. I don't make them do stuff for no reason." Draco looked genuinely puzzled. "But you could, right? Father says life debts are nearly unbreakable magical contracts. You could order them to give you whatever you wanted." "Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should," Harry replied, repeating one of Sirius's frequent sayings. Draco rolled his eyes. "That sounds like something Dumbledore would say." Despite their different perspectives, Harry found Draco's visit refreshing simply because it was normal, or as normal as anything in his life could be. They argued about Quidditch teams, raced on the training broom, and complained about adult restrictions. For a few hours, Harry wasn't the boy who lived or the master of Azkaban's prisoners, he was just a kid playing with another kid. But reality always returned. When they went inside for lunch, the complicated dynamics of Harry's household reasserted themselves. Draco watched wide-eyed as Bellatrix practically fawned over Harry while simultaneously exchanging barbed comments with Sirius. Ministry Aurors monitored the meal with wands accessible. And throughout it all, Harry maintained the delicate balance he'd developed, firm enough to keep control but careful not to abuse his power. After the Malfoys left, Sirius found Harry sitting alone on the cliffs overlooking the sea. "That went better than I expected," Sirius said, dropping down beside him. Though Lucius's real purpose was gathering information, no doubt. Harry shrugged. "Draco's okay. Different from what I expected." "The Malfoys are complicated," Sirius said diplomatically. "Narcissa was always the most sensible of my cousins, but she married into a family with dark allegiances." "Draco asked me why I don't just order everyone around all the time," Harry said, staring out at the waves. "He seemed to think I was stupid for not using the life debts more." Sirius frowned. "That's the pureblood supremacy talking. They're raised to believe power exists to be used over others." "Sometimes I wonder if I'm too soft," Harry admitted. "Bellatrix and Dolahov's faction are always testing boundaries, looking for loopholes in my commands. Maybe if I was stricter, that's exactly how darkness begins, Harry," Sirius interrupted gently. "With justifications for controlling others, for their own good or because they can't be trusted. Your restraint isn't weakness, it's your greatest strength." Harry nodded, though doubt lingered. As his magic grew stronger, so did the temptation to simply force compliance rather than navigate the exhausting politics of his household. Before he could pursue that troubling thought, a commotion from the manor drew their attention. Shouts and the sound of spellfire sent them racing back toward the house, wands drawn. Inside, they found a scene of controlled chaos. Auror Proudfoot was magically restraining Dolohov, while Bellatrix screamed obscenities at both of them. Other followers and Aurors had formed a tense standoff in the main hall. "What happened?" Sirius demanded, pushing Harry slightly behind him. "Death Eater communication," Proudfoot spat, jerking his head toward a small object on the floor, a tarnished silver coin. "They were using it to contact outside associates. Direct violation of the Sea Shadow Accord. It was just family correspondence." Dolohov protested, struggling against his bonds. "Nothing forbidden." "To the Carrows," Proudfoot countered. "Known Death Eaters who evaded capture. That constitutes conspiracy." Harry stepped forward, assessing the situation quickly. The tension in the room had reached dangerous levels. If spells started flying in earnest, their fragile arrangement with the Ministry could collapse. "Everyone lower your wands," he commanded, not using the life debt's full compulsion but speaking with firm authority. His own followers complied immediately, though the Aurors hesitated. "Auror Proudfoot, please explain exactly what you found." Proudfoot, a square-jawed man with perpetually suspicious eyes, indicated the coin. "Enchanted protean charm. Same type Death Eaters used during the war for coordinating attacks. Dolohov was using it when I caught him." Harry turned to Dolohov. "Is this true? Were you contacting outside Death Eaters?" The life debt prevented Dolohov from directly lying to Harry, though he could mislead through omission. "I was contacting Electo Caro. She's my second cousin's wife. It was family business." "What kind of family business?" Harry pressed. Dolohov's jaw tightened. "Information gathering. We need to know what's happening in the wider wizarding world beyond what the Ministry tells us. The Accord doesn't prohibit all outside communication," Sirius pointed out to Proudfoot. "Only communication planning illegal activities or escapes. And we're just supposed to trust Death Eaters to report their own violations?" Proudfoot scoffed. The standoff continued for several tense minutes until Amelia Bones herself arrived, summoned by her Aurors. After reviewing the evidence and the exact terms of the accord, she reached a decision. "The coin will be confiscated," she declared. "All future communications will go through approved channels with monitoring charms. And Dolohov will face restrictions on his movement within the manor for 3 months." It was a compromise that satisfied no one completely, but prevented an immediate breach of the accord. As the crowd dispersed, Harry pulled Sirius aside. "They're going to keep testing boundaries, aren't they?" he asked quietly. "Yes," Sirius admitted. "The reluctant see the Ministry presence as a chance to rebuild old connections. They're playing a long game." "For Voldemort's return," Harry said, not as a question. Sirius's expression darkened. "Exactly. Despite the life debts, their loyalty to him runs deep." "Then I need to deepen their loyalty to me instead," Harry decided. "Not through force, but by giving them something Voldemort never did." "Which is?" Harry met his godfather's eyes steadily. "Respect. Voldemort ruled through fear and promises of power. I'll lead through fairness and actually delivering on my promises." Sirius looked startled, then proud. James would be amazed to hear his 5-year-old son talk like this. "But he'd also remind you that you're allowed to be a child sometimes, Harry." "I'm almost 6, Harry corrected with a hint of a smile. "And I know. That's why we're still having flying lessons tomorrow, right?" The moment of lightness passed quickly as Bellatrix approached, her dark eyes calculating as always. "My little lord is learning politics," she observed with unsettling approval. "Good. You'll need those skills when the pieces start moving faster." "What do you mean?" Harry asked warily. Bellatrix smiled mysteriously. "Change is coming. I feel it in my mark." She rubbed her left forearm unconsciously. "The board is being set. The players are taking position. And you, my little lord, are more important than you know." Before Harry could question her further, she drifted away, humming tunelessly. Sirius watched her go with concern. "She knows something," he muttered. "Or thinks she does." "She's just trying to unsettle me," Harry said, though without much conviction. That night, as Harry practiced his occlumency exercises before sleep, another skill Rookwood had insisted was essential for a wizard in your position, he reviewed the day's events. From Draco's visit to the Dolohov incident to Bellatrix's cryptic warning, a pattern was emerging. Forces were gathering. Lines were being drawn. And somehow, Harry stood at the center of it all, a child commanding adults, a light wizard leading dark followers, a boy with power he was still learning to understand. As he drifted toward sleep, one thought remained clear: whatever game was being played, he needed to learn the rules quickly. Because soon, he suspected, he wouldn't be just a piece on the board, but a player with moves of his own to make. The seasons changed, and with them, Harry's life found a new rhythm. His 6th birthday came and went, celebrated with an uncomfortable mixture of formal ministry representatives and his more enthusiastic followers. Sirius had gone overboard with presents, including a proper junior racing broom that made the Aurors nervous but delighted Harry. Autumn brought storms that lashed the Cornish coast, keeping outdoor activities limited but providing perfect conditions for magical practice. Harry's control grew alongside his power, impressing even the ministry experts monitoring his development. "He's performing magic at a 3rd or 4th year Hogwarts level," reported Unspeakable Croaker during a quarterly review. "His wand work is still developing, but his magical understanding and core strength are extraordinary." Dumbledore, who attended these reviews as both Chief Warlock and Hogwarts headmaster, watched Harry with that penetrating gaze that always made him feel transparent. "And his influences?" Dumbledore inquired delicately. "Have you observed concerning patterns in his learning or behavior?" The question's implication was clear: was Harry turning dark under the guidance of Death Eaters? "His moral compass remains remarkably intact," Croaker answered, to Harry's relief. "He shows appropriate caution around potentially harmful magic and demonstrates empathy unusual for his age." What went unspoken was the testing Harry knew the ministry performed, subtle situations engineered to tempt him toward darker choices, carefully documented in their reports. Harry had recognized these tests early on and navigated them carefully, though sometimes he wondered if his awareness of being evaluated influenced his choices more than his actual morality. As winter descended, bringing Christmas decorations to Sea Shadow Manor and a rotating cast of visitors, from ministry officials to carefully vetted friends of Sirius like Remus Lupin, Harry found himself increasingly drawn to questions about his parents and their connection to his current situation. "My mother's protection created these life debts somehow," he said to Remus during one of the former professor's visits. "But I still don't understand exactly how it happened." Remus, a gentle man with prematurely lined features and kind eyes, considered the question carefully. Lily was brilliant with charms and ancient protective magic. She was researching old blood protections during the war, especially after she learned Voldemort was targeting you specifically. "Why was he after me?" Harry asked. It was a question no adult had fully answered yet. A shadow crossed Remus's face. "That's complicated, Harry." "There was a prophecy, Remus," Sirius interrupted sharply from the doorway. "We agreed to wait until he's older for that particular story." Harry frowned. "I'm not a baby. If there's a prophecy about me, I should know." "It's not about age, cub," Remus said gently. "It's about being ready for certain burdens. And right now, you have enough on your shoulders already. Before Harry could argue further, the manor's proximity wards chimed, indicating approved visitors arriving. Moments later, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy were shown into the sitting room by one of the Auror guards. "Mr. Potter," Lucius greeted him with a slight bow. "Black, Lupin." His acknowledgement of the latter held barely disguised distaste. Lucius had made no secret of his prejudice against Remus's lycanthropy. "What brings you here, Malfoy?" Sirius asked coolly. "Our next scheduled meeting isn't until after the holidays." "Information that couldn't wait," Lucius replied, seating himself without invitation. "The Wizengamot is meeting in emergency session tomorrow. The subject is a proposed amendment to the Sea Shadow Accord." Harry straightened. "What kind of amendment?" "One that would classify certain of your followers as too dangerous for the current arrangement." Lucius's eyes narrowed slightly. "Specifically, those who served in the Dark Lord's inner circle. They want to send Bellatrix and the others back to Azkaban," Sirius translated grimly. "Or worse," Narcissa added, speaking for the first time. "There's talk of the Dementor's kiss for some." Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. While he didn't particularly like Bellatrix or Dolohov, the thought of anyone being subjected to a fate Sirius had described as worse than death disturbed him deeply. "They can't override the life debts," Harry said. "The magic won't allow it." "No," Lucius agreed. "But they can place them in a specialized containment facility where they would be prevented from fulfilling most aspects of the bond. It would be extremely painful for them, but technically possible." "Who's behind this?" Sirius demanded. "Bartemius Crouch and his faction," Lucius replied. "With support from some of Dumbledore's allies who believe the current arrangement gives certain Death Eaters too much access to Mr. Potter." Harry processed this quickly. "So both political extremes are working together against us? The hardliners who want all Death Eaters punished and Dumbledore's people who worry about their influence on me?" Lucius inclined his head, a flash of approval crossing his aristocratic features. "Precisely. It's an unusual coalition, but effective." "What can we do?" Harry asked. "Normally, nothing," Lucius admitted. "The Wizengamot operates on political influence, which you currently lack despite your fame. However," he paused dramatically, "there is a rarely invoked magical privilege that might serve our purpose." Sirius looked suspicious. "What kind of privilege?" "The right of magical testimony," Lucius explained. "When legislation directly affects an ancient magical bond or covenant, those bound by it may appear before the Wizengamot to demonstrate the magic's effects. It's a safeguard from the days when the Ministry was first establishing its authority over older magical practices." Harry exchanged glances with Sirius and Remus. "So I could go to this meeting and, what? Show them the life debts?" "Essentially, yes," Lucius confirmed. "A practical demonstration of the bond's nature and why separating these individuals from you would constitute magical interference by the government, something strictly limited by our oldest laws." "It's risky," Remus cautioned. "The Wizengamot is politically charged right now. Exposing Harry to that environment could be exactly what we need," Sirius finished unexpectedly. When the others looked at him in surprise, he shrugged. "The wizarding world has been hearing about Harry commanding Death Eaters for months now. The mystery has let fear grow. Maybe seeing him in person, seeing that he's just a child, albeit an unusual one, would change some minds." Harry considered this, then nodded decisively. "I want to go. They're making decisions about me and people magically connected to me. I should have a say." The preparations consumed the rest of the day. Appropriate formal robes were procured for Harry, bottle green to match his eyes, with subtle protective enchantments woven into the fabric. Sirius drilled him on Wizengamot protocol, while Remus helped craft a simple but effective statement explaining the life debts from Harry's perspective. "Remember," Sirius advised as they worked late into the night, most of them are expecting either a frightened child or a miniature Dark Lord. Just be yourself, polite, thoughtful, but firm about protecting those bound to you, even the ones who don't deserve it. Why should I protect people like Bellatrix? Harry asked, voicing a question that had bothered him for months. She did horrible things. She tortured Neville Longbottom's parents until they lost their minds. This particular crime had disturbed Harry deeply when he'd learned of it. Sirius's expression grew serious. Because justice doesn't mean cruelty, Harry. Bellatrix deserves punishment for her crimes, yes. But the Dementor's kiss isn't justice, it's vengeance. And once we start down that path, where do we stop? Who decides which crimes deserve having your soul destroyed? Besides, Remus added quietly, how you treat those who've done wrong says more about you than it does about them. Showing mercy isn't weakness, it's strength. Harry nodded slowly, absorbing these perspectives. His moral education had become as important as his magical training, with Sirius and Remus deliberately counterbalancing some of the more ruthless attitudes held by his Death Eater followers. The next morning arrived with tension filling Sea Shadow Manor. The Ministry had approved Harry's appearance at the Wizengamot session, though with significant security measures. 6 Aurors would escort him, and strict limitations were placed on which of his followers could accompany him. Just Sirius and Rookwood, Harry confirmed as they prepared to leave. Since Sirius is my guardian and Rookwood understands the magical theory behind the life-deaths. Dolohov scowled from across the entrance hall. We should all be there. Show them our strength. And confirm their fears about an army of Death Eaters. Sirius countered. This isn't about intimidation. It's about preventing a grave injustice while building political capital. Bellatrix, who had been unnervingly quiet since learning of the proposed amendment, suddenly approached Harry. She knelt to his eye level, her wild dark eyes unusually serious. If they separate us from you, she said softly, the pain will be significant. But we will endure it for our true loyalties. Her gaze flickered meaningfully to her covered forearm where Harry knew the dark mark lay. Remember that, little lord, when they try to turn you against us. The implied threat, or warning, wasn't lost on Harry. Bellatrix's faction maintained their Death Eater allegiances alongside their forced loyalty to him. If pushed to choose, they had made it clear where their true devotion lay. No one's getting separated, Harry assured her firmly. The magic won't allow it without terrible consequences for everyone involved. The Wizengamot needs to understand that. The journey to the Ministry of Magic provided Harry his first glimpse of the wizarding government. The visitor's entrance, an ordinary London phone booth, descended into an extraordinary atrium with golden fountains and bustling magical workers. Despite the circumstances, Harry couldn't help feeling excited to see more of the magical world beyond Sea Shadow Manor. Their Auror escort led them through security checkpoints and down to level 2, where the Wizengamot chambers were located. As they approached the massive wooden doors, Harry felt nervousness building in his chest. Remember, Sirius murmured, you're James and Lily Potter's son. Hold your head high. You've done nothing wrong. Inside, the Wizengamot chamber took Harry's breath away. Tiered seating rose in a semicircle around a central floor. Witches and wizards in plum-colored robes filled most seats, their faces varying from curious to hostile as Harry entered. At the highest central seat sat Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock, flanked by Minister Fudge and Amelia Bones. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable as he watched Harry's entrance, though a slight nod acknowledged his presence. Extraordinary Session of the Wizengamot, December 18, announced a court scribe. Regarding proposed Amendment 17B to the Sea Shadow Accord. Harry James Potter has invoked the right of magical testimony and will be heard before voting commences. Bartemius Crouch Sr. stood from his seat among the members. I object to this invocation. The boy is underage and cannot possibly understand the magical principles involved. The right of magical testimony has no age restriction, Bartemius, Dumbledore replied mildly. The magic itself determines eligibility. If Mr. Potter were ineligible, the invocation would have failed. Crouch subsided with obvious reluctance, and Harry was directed to a small podium in the center of the floor. Sirius and Rookwood stood slightly behind him, a reassuring presence. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began formally, you have invoked an ancient magical right regarding the proposed amendment. Please present your testimony. Harry took a deep breath, remembering Remus's coaching. Honored members of the Wizengamot. I'm here because your amendment would separate me from people who are magically bound to me through life debts. This separation wouldn't just punish them, it would damage the magic itself, with unpredictable and potentially dangerous consequences. A murmur ran through the chamber. Harry continued, gaining confidence. I understand that many of my followers committed terrible crimes before they became bound to me. I don't excuse those actions. But the life debts have fundamentally changed them in ways that normal punishment can't. They physically cannot harm me or anyone I explicitly protect. Theory and claims, Crouch interjected dismissively. We have only your word, if I may. Rookwood stepped forward smoothly. A demonstration would perhaps be more convincing than explanation. This caused another stir among the Wizengamot members. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, eyes twinkling with what might have been curiosity or concern. What kind of demonstration? He inquired. With the Wizengamot's permission, Rookwood continued, I propose a simple test. As you know, I bear the dark mark. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal the faded but visible skull and snake tattoo on his forearm. Several members recoiled visibly. Before the life debt, my highest loyalty was to the Dark Lord. I would have killed for him without hesitation. Harry tensed, not having anticipated this particular demonstration. Rookwood continued, Mr. Potter, please issue me a direct command regarding the dark mark, something that would have been unthinkable for a Death Eater to obey before. All eyes turned to Harry, who thought quickly. What would demonstrate the bond's power most effectively? Mr. Rookwood, he said clearly, I command you to reject Voldemort's mark and everything it stands for, here and now, truthfully and completely. The chamber fell deadly silent as the magic took visible effect. A golden glow surrounded Rookwood briefly, and his face contorted as though in physical pain. The conflict between his original loyalty and the life debt's compulsion created visible magical tension. Rookwood began, voice strained. I, Augustus Rookwood, reject the dark mark and all it represents. I reject the Dark Lord's ideology and methods. I acknowledge that my service to him was misguided and wrong. Each word seemed physically wrenched from him, yet the magic compelled truth. My bond to Harry Potter supersedes all previous allegiances by magical necessity, not merely choice. The demonstration had a profound impact. Even Crouch looked startled by the obvious magical conflict and the bond's ultimate dominance. The life debts don't erase their past crimes, Harry continued into the stunned silence. But they do prevent future ones. Isn't that what punishment is supposed to accomplish? If you separate us, you'll not only cause them magical pain, but you'll remove the only constraint that's effectively reformed them. Amelia Bones leaned forward. Mr. Potter, while this demonstration is compelling, some might argue that certain followers, particularly those like Bellatrix Lestrange, deserve to suffer for their crimes, regardless of magical bonds. Harry met her gaze steadily. With respect, Madam Bones, isn't that vengeance rather than justice? If causing suffering becomes our goal, how are we different from Voldemort? The use of the feared name sent another ripple through the chamber, but Harry pressed on. I didn't ask for these life debts. I didn't want to command anyone. But now that they exist, I believe we have an opportunity to create something new, a different kind of rehabilitation that works through magic when normal methods failed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled more intensely now. An insightful perspective, Mr. Potter. May I ask, what would you propose as an alternative to the amendment? Harry had been prepared for this question. A modification to the current arrangement. Increased monitoring for those with the most serious crimes, yes. Additional restrictions on their movement and magic, yes. But maintain the bond that prevents them from harming others. Use the life debts as part of the justice system, not in opposition to it. The debate that followed lasted hours, with various Wizengamot members questioning Harry, Rookwood, and Sirius about the nature of the bonds, the practical arrangements at Sea Shadow Manor, and the potential risks of both maintaining or breaking the current system. Throughout it all, Harry stood his ground, demonstrating a composure beyond his years. When members expressed fears about his own safety living among Death Eaters, he explained the protective aspects of the life debts. When concerns arose about dark influences on his development, he pointed to the ministry tutors and monitoring already in place. Finally, Dumbledore called for a vote. The amendment was rejected by a narrow margin, replaced with a compromise that increased monitoring but maintained the fundamental structure of the Sea Shadow Accord. "You did it, Harry," Sirius whispered proudly as the session concluded. "You actually convinced the Wizengamot." Harry felt exhausted but satisfied. It was his first real foray into wizarding politics, and while he hadn't enjoyed it, he recognized its importance. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore approached, his tall figure somehow less intimidating now that Harry had faced the entire governing body. "A remarkable performance, Harry," the headmaster said quietly. "Your parents would be proud of how you advocated for mercy, even for those who may not deserve it." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied, unsure how to respond to praise from someone he still regarded with cautious suspicion. "I wonder, though," Dumbledore continued, his voice dropping further so only Harry could hear, "if you've considered the long-term implications. The life debts bind them to you, yes, but they do not change hearts. Particularly for those who served Voldemort most faithfully." "Like Bellatrix," Harry acknowledged. "Indeed. Their loyalty to you is compelled. Their loyalty to him was chosen." Dumbledore's blue eyes held Harry's green ones. "When choices and compulsions conflict, Harry, the results can be unpredictable." With that cryptic warning, Dumbledore nodded respectfully and departed, leaving Harry to wonder what the old wizard knew that he didn't. The new year brought increasing reports of strange magical disturbances throughout Britain. Harry's followers, particularly the former Death Eaters, grew noticeably tense, often speaking in whispers that ceased when he entered rooms. "Something's happening," Harry confided to Sirius one evening after particularly strained interactions with Dolohhov's faction. "They're excited about something, but trying to hide it from me." Sirius's expression darkened. "I've noticed. Bellatrix has been practically giddy lately, which is never a good sign." "Does it have to do with Voldemort?" Harry asked directly. Sirius hesitated before answering, a sign he was weighing how much to share. "There are rumors. Nothing concrete. But dark artifacts have been disappearing from Ministry storage. Former Death Eaters who escaped justice have been gathering more frequently. And the marks on their arms? Getting darker, according to Remus's contacts. Not fully restored, but no longer the faded gray they've been since Voldemort's fall." Harry digested this grimly. Despite being only 6, nearly 7 now, he'd insisted on knowing the truth about potential threats. After initial reluctance, Sirius had agreed that keeping Harry informed was safer than sheltering him. "If he's coming back, we need to prepare," Harry said decisively. "Not just magically, but politically. We need more allies." "You're thinking like James now," Sirius said with a sad smile. He always understood the importance of networks during wartime. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Amelia Bones, looking grave and travel-worn, was escorted into Harry's study by the Auror on duty. "Madam Bones," Harry greeted her, immediately alert. "What's happened?" "An incident at Gringotts," she replied without preamble. "Someone attempted to breach a high-security vault. They didn't succeed, but the Goblin Nation is in uproar." "Which vault?" Sirius asked sharply. "Vault 713. It contained." She glanced at Harry, then continued, an item Dumbledore recently removed for safekeeping elsewhere. The timing suggests someone knew it had been there. Harry frowned. Why come to us with this information? Amelia's expression became even more serious. Because the magical signature left behind contained traces remarkably similar to those we've been monitoring from your Death Eater followers. Specifically, signature elements associated with Bellatrix Lestrange. Sirius stood abruptly. That's impossible. She hasn't left the property in months. The tracking charms would have alerted you instantly. I know, Amelia agreed. Which is why this is so concerning. Either someone is impersonating her magical signature, or she's found a way around the tracking charms, Harry finished grimly. We need to talk to her. Now. Finding Bellatrix proved unexpectedly difficult. She wasn't in her usual haunts within the manor, nor with her typical associates. It took nearly an hour of searching before a junior Auror reported seeing her heading toward the cliffs earlier that afternoon. The search party that assembled represented the complex alliances of Harry's household, Sirius and Harry, Aurors Proudfoot and Shacklebolt, and reluctantly, Narcissa Malfoy, who had been visiting her sister when the alarm was raised. They found Bellatrix at the edge of the property, standing at the cliff's edge with her wild hair whipping in the winter wind. She turned as they approached, a strange smile playing across her lips. Little Lord comes seeking answers, she sing-songed. But some questions shouldn't be asked, should they? Bella, Narcissa said sharply. What have you done? Nothing the bonds wouldn't allow, Bellatrix replied, her eyes never leaving Harry's face. I haven't harmed the boy. Haven't disobeyed his direct commands. The life debt remains intact. But you found loopholes, Harry guessed, studying her carefully. Ways to serve another master without breaking your bond to me. Her smile widened, a disturbing mix of pride and fanaticism. Clever little lord. Always so clever. But not clever enough to see what's right in front of him. Were you involved in the Gringotts break-in? Auror Proudfoot demanded bluntly. Bellatrix's eyes glittered with amusement. I haven't left this property in months. The charms don't lie. That's not a denial, Sirius noted grimly. No, she agreed easily. It isn't. Harry took a step closer, ignoring Sirius's protective hand trying to hold him back. Bellatrix, he said firmly, using the tone that activated the life debt's compulsion, tell me the truth. Are you helping Voldemort return? The magical compulsion took effect immediately, but Bellatrix fought it with surprising strength. Her body trembled with the effort, her face contorting in a grimace that was half pain, half ecstasy. Not, directly, she managed through gritted teeth. But I serve his interests, where they don't, conflict with, your safety. How? Harry pressed. How are you helping if you can't leave here? A triumphant gleam appeared in her eyes, even as she struggled against the compulsion. Polyjuice, hair, willingly given. Others wear my face, carry my wand, channel magic through, connections I created, before the bond. The implications were immediately clear to everyone present. While Bellatrix physically remained at Sea Shadow Manor, her identity and magical signature were being used by other Death Eaters still at large. The tracking charms monitored her body, not her essence or tools. Who? Sirius demanded. Who's wearing your face, Bellatrix? But she had reached the limits of what the compulsion could force from her. Blood trickled from her nose as she fought against revealing more details. Enough, Harry said, releasing her from the command. Despite everything, he couldn't bear to watch her harm herself fighting the magic. I order you to stop all communication with outside Death Eaters. No more hair, no more magical connections, nothing that could help Voldemort return. The new command settled over her like a visible weight. Bellatrix's shoulders slumped slightly, but her eyes maintained that disturbing fanaticism. It's already too late, little lord, she whispered. The wheels are in motion. He grows stronger each day. And when he returns, her voice took on a reverent quality, we'll see whose magic is stronger. His mark, or your life debt. Narcissa stepped forward and took her sister's arm firmly. That's enough, Bella. You're coming inside now. As the Aurors escorted Bellatrix back to the manor for more intensive questioning and additional restrictions, Harry remained at the cliff edge with Sirius, processing what they'd learned. She found a way to serve both masters, Harry said quietly. To technically maintain her bond to me while still helping Voldemort. It was inevitable, Sirius replied grimly. The life debts prevent direct harm to you, but they can't completely override their existing loyalties, especially ones as fanatical as Bellatrix's devotion to Voldemort. Harry gazed out at the churning sea below. Dumbledore warned me about this. That compulsion isn't the same as changed hearts. What will you do now? Sirius asked. It was a question asked not to guide or direct, but in genuine curiosity about Harry's decision. In the months since Azkaban's fall, Sirius had gradually shifted from protector to advisor, recognizing that Harry's unique position required him to develop his own leadership style. We need to know exactly what Voldemort is planning, Harry decided. And for that, we need to use the Death Eater's divided loyalties to our advantage rather than fighting against them. What do you mean? Harry turned from the cliff, his young face set with determination that belied his age. If Bellatrix and the others are still connected to Voldemort through their marks, then they must know more than they're saying. I need to make it more advantageous for them to share that information with me than to hide it. How? By offering something Voldemort never would, genuine partnership rather than servitude. The reluctants follow me because they have to, but they follow him because they want to. I need to give them reasons to want to follow me instead. Sirius looked both impressed and concerned. That's a dangerous game, Harry. Some of them are true believers in pureblood supremacy and magical domination. You can't compromise on core values just to win their loyalty. I'm not suggesting compromise, Harry clarified as they began walking back toward the manor. I'm suggesting understanding what they really want beyond the ideology. Is it respect? Recognition of their magical talents? Protection for their families? Everyone wants something, and it's not always what they claim. That evening, Harry called a mandatory meeting of all his followers. In the manor's great hall, they assembled, the loyalists, pragmatists, and reluctants, each group clustering together out of habit. The ministry representatives stood along the walls, including Amelia Bones who had stayed to oversee the response to Bellatrix's confession. Harry stood before them on a raised platform, Sirius at his side. Despite his small stature, he commanded attention immediately. I know what's happening, he began without preamble. Voldemort is finding ways to return, and some of you are helping him while technically maintaining your bonds to me. A ripple of tension passed through the crowd. The reluctants exchanged uneasy glances, while the loyalists looked accusingly at Bellatrix's faction. I'm not here to punish anyone, Harry continued, surprising many. I'm here to be honest about our situation. The life debts bind you to me magically, but they don't erase your previous loyalties or beliefs. I've always known that. He paused, making eye contact with several Death Eaters directly. Voldemort will use you as tools and discard you when you're no longer useful. He tortured his own followers when they disappointed him. He demanded absolute servitude and gave nothing in return. I'm offering something different. And what might that be, Mr. Potter? Lucius Malfoy asked smoothly from where he stood beside his wife. Though not bound by a life debt himself, he had become a regular presence at significant gatherings. Respect, Harry said simply. Recognition of your skills and knowledge. Actual protection for your families, not just threats and fear. And most importantly, a voice in decisions that affect you. Murmurs spread through the hall as Harry outlined a new governance structure for their unusual household. A council with representatives from each faction would advise on major decisions. Training programs would allow followers to develop their magical specialties rather than just serving as guards. Family visitation rights would be expanded for those who had demonstrated good faith. In return, Harry concluded, I expect complete transparency about Voldemort's activities. If you know something, I want to know it too. Not because I'm commanding you through the life debts, but because it's in everyone's best interest. And if the Dark Lord returns in full power? Dolohov challenged. What then, Potter? Life debts or not, some loyalties run soul deep. Harry met his gaze steadily. Then each of you will have a choice to make. Not magically, the life debts can't be broken, but practically. You can serve two masters poorly and painfully, as Bellatrix has been attempting, or you can commit fully to one path. He let that sink in before continuing. I don't expect you to betray your beliefs overnight. I don't even expect you to like me. But I do expect you to recognize reality, these bonds are permanent. We're connected whether we like it or not. We can make that connection work for all of us, or we can fight against it and all suffer. The assembly broke into discussion groups after Harry's speech. The reaction was mixed but generally more positive than he'd dared hope. Even some of the reluctants seemed intrigued by the prospect of greater autonomy and respect, though suspicion remained their default stance. Amelia Bones approached Harry as the formal meeting disbanded. An interesting approach, Mr. Potter. Risky, but potentially effective. Do you think the ministry will allow these changes? Harry asked practically. Some, certainly. Others will require negotiation. She studied him with professional assessment. You're navigating an unprecedented situation with remarkable adaptability. Just be careful that in understanding their perspective, you don't begin to adopt it. I know who I am, Harry assured her. And what I stand for. As the manor settled that night, Harry sat in his room reviewing the day's events. Voldemort was gaining strength. Bellatrix and likely others had found ways to serve him despite their bonds. The coming months or years would test the life debts in ways he couldn't fully anticipate. Yet despite these challenges, Harry felt more clear-headed than he had in months. The path forward wasn't about controlling his followers more tightly, it was about building genuine connections that might eventually supersede the magical compulsion entirely. It was a gamble, certainly. Some, like Bellatrix, might be too far gone in their fanaticism to ever truly change. But others might find in Harry something they'd sought but never found in Voldemort's service, respect, recognition, and genuine leadership rather than domination. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry thought about his parents and what they might think of his approach. Would they approve of his attempt to rehabilitate rather than simply contain those who had once supported their murderer? He hoped so. Because in the end, that's what separated him most clearly from Voldemort, not power or ability, but the capacity for compassion even toward enemies. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The ministry would need to reinforce security measures. The followers would test the boundaries of the new council system. And somewhere out there, Voldemort's return continued to gather momentum. But for now, Harry had taken his first major step as a leader beyond the magical compulsion of the life debts. He had offered a choice, a path, a vision. Not perfect, not complete, but authentically his own. And that, perhaps, was the most important development of all. Spring arrived at Sea Shadow Manor with unexpected harmony. The council system Harry had implemented proved surprisingly effective, giving his followers a structured way to voice concerns and contribute ideas. Even the most reluctant Death Eaters participated, if only to ensure their factions weren't left out of decisions. Harry's 7th birthday approached as summer neared, marking almost 2 years since the night he'd shattered Azkaban. In that time, he'd grown from a frightened, confused child into something unique in the wizarding world, not quite a child, not quite a leader, but something in between that defied easy categorization. His magical education had progressed at an extraordinary pace. Under Rookwood's theoretical guidance and practical instruction from various specialists among his followers, Harry now performed magic at a level that would have impressed Hogwarts professors. His particular strengths lay in defensive magic and, somewhat concerningly to the Ministry observers, an intuitive grasp of magical bonds and compulsions similar to those that connected him to his followers. "It's not dark magic," Harry had explained during one evaluation. "It's understanding the connections between magical beings. How promises, debts, and intentions create tangible magical effects." Sirius had translated for the uncomfortable Ministry evaluator. "He means he's good at contract magic and protective bonds. Perfectly legitimate branches of magic, just rarely mastered by wizards so young." The political landscape had shifted too. After Harry's appearance before the Wizengamot, public opinion had begun a gradual transformation. The initial fear of a child Dark Lord commanding Death Eaters had given way to cautious interest in the unprecedented magical phenomenon. The Daily Prophet now regularly featured updates on the Azkaban experiment, as they called it, tracking the rehabilitation of various followers. Most importantly to Harry, his relationship with Sirius had deepened into a true father-son bond that transcended the godfather role. Where once Sirius had been protective to the point of stifling, he now partnered with Harry, offering guidance while respecting his godson's unique position. Not everything was smooth, of course. The Reluctant still maintained their Death Eater ideologies, and information about Voldemort's activities came grudgingly at best. Bellatrix, under constant surveillance since her confession, had retreated into an unsettling quiet that worried Harry more than her previous manic behavior. And beyond Sea Shadow Manor, signs of dark magical activity continued to increase. Gringotts had suffered another break-in attempt. Magical creatures were being found dead in forests throughout Britain. Ancient artifacts with connections to the founders of Hogwarts had disappeared from collections. These developments were being discussed at the monthly council meeting when Remus Lupin burst into the room, his normally composed demeanor shattered by obvious concern. "Sirius, Harry, Dumbledore's called an emergency session of the Order. Something's happened at Hogwarts." All activity ceased as attention focused on Remus. Though not bound to Harry by a life debt, Lupin had become a trusted advisor and frequent visitor, serving as a valuable connection to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. "What's happened?" Harry asked, rising from his seat. "A student was petrified," Remus explained grimly. "Found near a message written in blood on a castle wall, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." Rookwood inhaled sharply. "Slytherin's chamber. It's real." "Apparently," Remus confirmed. "Dumbledore believes something or someone is targeting Muggle-born students. This may be just the beginning." Harry turned to Rookwood. "What's the Chamber of Secrets?" "A legendary hidden chamber within Hogwarts, supposedly created by Salazar Slytherin before he left the school," Rookwood explained, slipping into his academic mode despite the tension. "It's said to contain a monster that only Slytherin's true heir can control, meant to purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy to study magic." "Muggleborns," Sirius interrupted grimly. "It's a pure-blood supremacist legend that most people thought was just a myth." "What's this got to do with us?" Dolohov asked bluntly. "Hogwarts is Dumbledore's problem." Harry gave him a measured look. "Everything connected to Voldemort's potential return is our problem. This kind of attack carries his signature, targeting Muggleborns, ancient Slytherin connections." He turned back to Remus. "Does Dumbledore think it's connected to the other incidents?" "He doesn't know yet," Remus admitted. "But he's requested your insight, specifically, any information your followers might have about the chamber or previous attempts to find it." All eyes turned to the Death Eaters present. After a moment of tense silence, Bellatrix spoke from her position against the wall, her first significant contribution in weeks. "The Dark Lord searched for the chamber during his time at Hogwarts," she said, voice raspy from disuse. "He claimed to have found it, but never shared its location with followers. Said it was his special place." Harry studied her carefully, sensing she knew more than she was saying. "Bellatrix, what else do you know about this?" She met his gaze with that disturbing mixture of resentment and fascination she always showed him. "Only rumors, little lord. That the chamber contains knowledge beyond ordinary magic. That its monster obeys only the true heir of Slytherin. That the Dark Lord considered it his birthright. Could someone be acting in Voldemort's name? Sirius asked, opening the chamber as he did. Impossible, Bellatrix replied immediately. Only his blood could command it. An uncomfortable silence fell as the implication sank in. If only Voldemort's blood could open the chamber, yet it had been opened. He's there, Harry said softly. Not physically, maybe, but his influence is somehow at Hogwarts. Rookwood nodded slowly. There are methods. Dark rituals that could allow a powerful wizard to extend his influence despite physical limitations. Possession? Remus suggested grimly. Perhaps. Or an enchanted object carrying a portion of his consciousness. Harry made a quick decision. I want to go to Hogwarts. To see this chamber message myself. Absolutely not, Sirius and several ministry representatives said simultaneously. It's too dangerous, Sirius continued. If this is Voldemort's work, then I should be there, Harry insisted. My connection to him might help identify what's happening. And my connection to all of you, he gestured to the followers around the table, gives me protection no one else has. After heated debate, a compromise was reached. Harry, accompanied by Sirius, Remus, and a small contingent of both Ministry Aurors and his own followers, would visit Hogwarts to consult with Dumbledore. The visit would be brief, carefully controlled, and focused solely on the chamber incident. Preparations moved quickly. By nightfall, they were traveling through the Floo network to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, stepping out into the circular room filled with silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters. Harry's first impression of Hogwarts was overwhelming. Even just the headmaster's office radiated ancient magic unlike anything he'd felt before. The castle itself seemed alive in a way Sea Shadow Manor, for all its protective enchantments, never had. Harry, Dumbledore greeted him warmly, rising from behind his desk. Thank you for coming so quickly. I apologize for the circumstances of your first visit to Hogwarts. It's still amazing, Harry said honestly, gazing around at the magical instruments and sleeping portraits. Even with everything happening. Indeed. The castle has that effect on most of us. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. I believe you've been briefed on the situation. Harry nodded. A student petrified, a message about the Chamber of Secrets. Bellatrix said Voldemort claimed to have found the chamber during his time here. Tom Riddle was indeed fascinated with Hogwarts secrets, Dumbledore confirmed, not reacting to Harry's casual use of Voldemort's name. Though the last time the chamber was allegedly opened was 50 years ago, resulting in a student's death. When Riddle was a student himself, Rookwood noted thoughtfully. Precisely. Harry absorbed this connection. So it's happening again, the same way. But how, if Voldemort isn't physically here? That is the question we must answer, Dumbledore agreed gravely. I believe examining the scene might offer insights your unique perspective could help interpret. They proceeded through the castle's corridors, Harry trying not to gawk despite his fascination with finally seeing the school he'd read so much about. Students had been confined to dormitories after the incident, leaving the hallways eerily empty except for patrolling professors. The scene of the attack was a second-floor corridor near bathrooms. Large red letters still glistened on the stone wall, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware. Blood? Sirius asked grimly, examining the writing. Rooster blood, we believe, Professor McGonagall replied. She had joined their group en route, her stern expression softening slightly when introduced to Harry. All the school's roosters were found killed yesterday morning. Harry approached the message slowly, aware of everyone watching him. As he neared the wall, a strange sensation washed over him, like a distant echo or a half-remembered dream. I feel something, he said quietly. Like familiarity. But not mine. Dumbledore exchanged significant glances with McGonagall. What you're describing, Harry, may be a resonance between your connection to Voldemort and whatever magic was worked here. Harry frowned, concentrating on the strange sensation. It feels hungry, angry, old. He looked up at Dumbledore. What kind of monster petrifies people? There are several magical creatures with that ability, Rookwood answered before Dumbledore could. Gorgons, basilisks, certain rare species of magical insects. But Slytherin's monster would be something connected to his own abilities, Harry reasoned. Something he could control that others couldn't. A thought struck him. Slytherin was famous for being a Parselmouth, right? For talking to snakes. A heavy silence fell over the group. A basilisk, Rookwood whispered, his academic detachment momentarily shattered. Of course. It would live for centuries, grow to immense size, and only respond to Parseltongue commands. But how could a giant snake move through the castle undetected? Sirius objected. Harry turned in a slow circle, examining the corridor with new understanding. Pipes, he said suddenly, pointing to a small grate near the floor. It could use the plumbing system. And the student was only petrified, not killed, which means. They didn't see its eyes directly, Dumbledore finished, looking both impressed and troubled by Harry's deduction. Precisely what I had begun to suspect myself. The question remains, however, who opened the chamber and how they're controlling the basilisk. Harry's scar prickled uncomfortably. The resonance he'd felt near the bloody message intensified as he thought about the chamber and its monster. Without consciously deciding to, he walked toward the nearby bathroom door. Harry? Sirius called, concerned. It's here, Harry said simply. The entrance. It's close. He pushed open the bathroom door, discovering it was a girl's lavatory, long abandoned judging by the dusty mirrors and dripping taps. Something pulled him toward a particular sink in the circular arrangement. This one, he said, examining the faucet. A tiny snake was engraved on the side, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it. This is the entrance to the chamber. The adults exchanged alarmed glances. How do you know this, Harry? Dumbledore asked carefully. Harry struggled to articulate the certainty he felt. I just know. Like I've been here before, or, like someone else's memory is pushing into mine. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. This confirms my fears about the nature of your connection to Voldemort. The night he gave you that scar, more than just a curse mark was transferred. What do you mean? Sirius demanded, moving protectively closer to Harry. A connection formed, one that allows Harry to sense Voldemort's past experiences under certain conditions. It seems proximity to places of significance to Tom Riddle strengthens this connection. Harry touched his scar, which had begun to ache dully. So I'm feeling what he felt when he found this entrance? I believe so, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I would not recommend attempting to open it. The basilisk within would be extremely dangerous, even with your considerable protection. The group retreated to Dumbledore's office to discuss their findings and next steps. Harry's revelation about the chamber's entrance provided critical information, but also raised troubling questions about his connection to Voldemort. The castle will be secured, Dumbledore assured them. Now that we know what we're facing, we can take appropriate precautions for the students' safety. Roosters, whose crow is fatal to basilisks, will be stationed throughout the school, and mirrors placed at corridor intersections to prevent direct eye contact. But that doesn't solve the core problem, Harry pointed out. Someone or something is controlling the basilisk, and they're acting on Voldemort's behalf. We need to find them. Agreed, Dumbledore said. I have suspicions about what form Tom's influence might take, based on similar dark magic manifestations I've studied. A powerful magical artifact, perhaps, capable of preserving a portion of its creator's consciousness. Like a portrait, but more interactive? Sirius suggested. Far more dangerous than that, Dumbledore replied gravely. More like a fragment of soul bound to an object. Rookwood inhaled sharply, earning curious glances from the others. When he spoke, his voice was uncharacteristically hesitant. "Headmaster, are you suggesting the Dark Lord created a Horcrux?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Dumbledore regarded Rookwood with intense scrutiny. "You are familiar with such magic, Mr. Rookwood?" "Theoretically only," Rookwood replied quickly. The Department of Mysteries had sealed records on the subject. Extremely dark magic, considered too dangerous for general knowledge. "What's a Horcrux?" Harry asked, feeling the adults were deliberately talking around him. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "It is an object in which a dark wizard has hidden a fragment of their soul, Harry. By committing murder, the supreme act of evil, one damages one's soul. A Horcrux stores that broken fragment outside the body, anchoring the creator to life even if their body is destroyed." The implications hit Harry immediately. "So even though Voldemort's body was destroyed when he tried to kill me, his soul remained earthbound," Dumbledore confirmed. "Neither truly alive nor dead. Capable of possession, as we believe happened with Professor Quirrell last year, and perhaps now working through this hidden object at Hogwarts." The revelation shifted everything Harry thought he knew about Voldemort's return. This wasn't just about dark rituals to restore a weakened wizard, it was about a fundamental safeguard against death itself. "If this Horcrux is controlling the basilisk," Harry said slowly, "then destroying it would stop the attacks." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed, "though identifying and destroying a Horcrux is exceptionally difficult. They are typically protected by powerful dark magic." Harry fell silent, processing this new information alongside the strange resonance he'd felt near the chamber entrance. If he could sense Voldemort's past experiences, could he potentially sense the Horcrux's location as well? The discussion continued late into the night, with plans formulated for protecting the school while searching for the hidden Horcrux. Harry would return to Sea Shadow Manor, but maintain contact with Dumbledore about any insights his connection might provide. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore requested a private word with Harry. Sirius objected initially, but relented when Harry assured him it was fine. When they were alone, Dumbledore's typical twinkling demeanor gave way to grave seriousness. "Harry, I must ask you to be extremely cautious about the connection you've discovered. The ability to sense Voldemort's past and perhaps his present thoughts may seem useful, but it represents a vulnerability as well." "You think he could sense me back?" Harry asked perceptively. "Precisely. Connections work in both directions, particularly ones forged with such powerful dark magic." Dumbledore hesitated, then continued. "There is another concern as well. Your unique situation with the life debts has placed you in command of individuals who once served Voldemort faithfully. And you're worried about their influence on me," Harry guessed. "Yes and no. Your moral compass has remained remarkably true despite circumstances that might have corrupted someone twice your age. What concerns me is the possibility that Voldemort, upon learning of your command over his former servants, might seek to exploit your connection in ways we cannot yet anticipate." Harry considered this warning seriously. "You think he'd try to reach my followers through me somehow?" "Or reach you through them," Dumbledore replied quietly. "Particularly those like Bellatrix Lestrange, whose devotion to him borders on religious fervor despite the life debt's constraints." The conversation left Harry with much to consider as they returned to Sea Shadow Manor. The revelation about Horcruxes explained much about Voldemort's continued influence, while raising disturbing questions about Harry's own connection to the Dark Wizard. That night, Harry called Bellatrix to his study, a room that had once been a simple bedroom but had gradually transformed into a space befitting the unusual role he played in their household. She entered with that strange mixture of resentment and fascination she always displayed, her dark eyes assessing him as if perpetually recalibrating her understanding of his power. "You wish to see me, little lord?" she asked, using the title she persisted with despite his repeated corrections. "I want to know everything you know about Voldemort's connection to Slytherin," Harry said directly. "Not just the chamber, but any objects, any heirlooms he valued particularly." Bellatrix's expression sharpened with interest. "Found something at the castle, did you?" When Harry didn't respond, she continued more seriously. The Dark Lord claimed direct descent from Salazar Slytherin through his mother's family, the Gaunts. They were impoverished by the time of his birth, but once possessed significant heirlooms. Like what? A locket bearing Slytherin's mark. A ring passed down through generations. Her eyes took on that fanatic gleam. He wore the ring sometimes, during private meetings with his inner circle. Said it connected him to his rightful heritage. And the locket? Bellatrix's expression changed subtly. He entrusted it to me, once. For safekeeping in my Gringotts vault. She laughed suddenly, a disturbing sound. I always wondered if that's what they were searching for during the break-in attempts. Something of Slytherin's that belonged to him. Harry processed this information carefully, noting what she said and what she conspicuously avoided saying. Did he entrust other items to his followers? Special objects that needed protection? The question hit a nerve. Bellatrix's eyes widened slightly before she controlled her expression. The Dark Lord shared his confidences selectively, little lord. Even his most faithful weren't privy to all his secrets. But Harry had seen enough to confirm his suspicion. He did, didn't he? He gave important objects to certain followers. Including you. Bellatrix neither confirmed nor denied, but her silence spoke volumes. Bellatrix, Harry said, using the tone that activated the life debt's compulsion, did Voldemort create Horcruxes? The effect was immediate and dramatic. Bellatrix physically recoiled as if struck, her face contorting with the conflict between magical compulsion and deeply ingrained loyalty. I don't know that word, she managed through gritted teeth, blood beginning to trickle from her nose with the effort of resisting. Harry released the compulsion immediately, disturbed by her reaction. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. She wiped the blood away with the back of her hand, studying him with new wariness. Such dark questions for one so young, she murmured. Dumbledore's influence, no doubt. I need to understand what we're facing, Harry said simply. If Voldemort returns, everyone here will be caught between two masters. The life debts won't break, which means you'll all suffer unless we find a solution. Something like genuine curiosity crossed Bellatrix's face. You worry for our welfare, little lord? Even knowing what some of us would do if freed from your bond. I do, Harry confirmed. Not because I approve of what you did before, but because you're my responsibility now. The magic connected us for a reason. Bellatrix studied him for a long moment, head tilted slightly as if seeing him properly for the first time. Then, to Harry's surprise, she laughed, not her typical manic cackle, but something almost genuine. So like her, she said cryptically. So very like her, beneath the Potter face. Like who? Your mother, Bellatrix replied, surprising him further. Such conviction. Such certainty in her own rightness. We faced each other, you know, during the war. 3 times she escaped me, no small feat, even for a talented mudblood. The slur made Harry tense, but Bellatrix continued before he could respond. She fought for those who didn't deserve her loyalty too, she said with strange emphasis. Perhaps that's the power the Dark Lord knows not. With those puzzling words, she turned and left the study, leaving Harry to wonder if he'd just glimpsed a side of Bellatrix Lestrange that few had ever seen, a moment of lucidity amidst the madness, a flash of perception beneath the fanaticism. The following days brought increased activity at Sea Shadow Manor as Harry shared what they'd learned about Horcruxes with his inner circle. Rookwood proved invaluable, providing theoretical knowledge about soul magic that even the Ministry experts found impressive. If the Dark Lord indeed created Horcruxes, Rookwood explained during a strategy session, it would explain his confidence about achieving immortality. No wizard in recorded history has survived the destruction of their physical body as he did. The question is, how many did he make? Sirius added grimly. One would be horrific enough, but Voldemort was never one for half measures. Harry, who had been unusually quiet during the discussion, finally spoke. "I think I can find them," he said simply. "Or at least sense them, like I sense the chamber entrance." All eyes turned to him. "Through your connection to him?" Remus asked carefully. Harry nodded. "It's getting stronger. Since visiting Hogwarts, I've had dreams, memories that aren't mine. I see places through his eyes, feel what he felt when hiding these objects." The adults exchanged concerned glances. Dumbledore had warned about precisely this deepening connection. "That could be extremely dangerous, Harry," Sirius cautioned. "Allowing his memories into your mind, I'm not allowing anything," Harry clarified. "They're coming whether I want them or not. But if they're coming anyway, we might as well use the information." This pragmatic approach was characteristic of how Harry had developed over the past 2 years, accepting unusual circumstances and finding advantages within limitations rather than fighting against them. "What have you seen?" Rookwood asked with academic interest. "A cave by the sea. A grand old house on a hill. And Hogwarts, specific places within the castle that felt important to him." Harry hesitated, then added, "and objects. A cup with a badger design. The locket and ring Bellatrix mentioned. A diadem that seems to be hidden at Hogwarts itself." The specificity of these visions shocked even those who had witnessed Harry's unusual abilities before. "Founder's objects," Rookwood breathed. "Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem. Slytherin's locket." He collected items connected to Hogwarts founders. "Except Gryffindor," Sirius noted. "He couldn't access the sword," Harry said without thinking, then looked startled at his own words. I don't know how I know that." The implications of these revelations were enormous. If Voldemort had indeed created multiple Horcruxes using Founder's relics, destroying them all before he regained a body would be nearly impossible without focused effort. Plans began forming immediately. Teams would investigate the locations from Harry's visions. Research would continue into methods for destroying Horcruxes once found. And most importantly, security around Harry would be increased, with occlumency training intensified to help him manage the mental connection. As summer approached, bringing Harry's 7th birthday with it, Sea Shadow Manor buzzed with purposeful activity. For the first time since the Life Debts had formed, all factions seemed united by a common goal: understanding and counteracting Voldemort's immortality measures before his return could force an impossible choice between magical bonds. Harry found himself at the center of it all, his unique connection to Voldemort making him both vulnerable and invaluable. The boy who had once been locked in a cupboard now commanded not just people, but a mission that could determine the future of Wizarding Britain. And somewhere, in the fragmentary consciousness that was all that remained of Lord Voldemort, awareness grew of the unusual child who had shattered Azkaban and claimed his followers. The connection between them strengthened with each passing day, a double-edged sword that would soon draw blood from both wielders. Chapter 3, Shadows of the Future. Harry Potter stood at the edge of the dueling platform, wand raised in perfect form. At 10 years old, he barely resembled the frightened child who'd shattered Azkaban 5 years ago. His green eyes focused intently on his opponent, Augustus Rookwood, who'd become his primary magical combat instructor over the years. "Ready, Mr. Potter?" Rookwood called from the opposite end. Harry nodded once, sharp and confident. Spells erupted between them. Harry deflected Rookwood's first stunner with a precise shield charm, simultaneously firing back a disarming spell that the older wizard barely dodged. The duel intensified quickly. Rookwood never held back anymore, not since Harry had beaten him 3 sessions in a row last month. From the observation area, Sirius watched with a mixture of pride and concern. Beside him, Amelia Bones made notes on an official ministry evaluation form. "His casting speed has doubled since last assessment," she remarked. "Spell variety is now comparable to most fourth-year Hogwarts students." "He practices constantly," Sirius replied. "Sometimes I have to force him to take breaks." On the platform, Harry sidestepped a binding hex and countered with a series of rapid spells, a disarming charm followed by a trip jinx and then a stunner. The combination caught Rookwood off guard. The former unspeakable blocked the first two but caught the stunner square in the chest, dropping him to the platform. "Match to Potter," called the Aura referee, officially ending the duel. Harry immediately crossed to revive Rookwood, extending his hand afterward to help his instructor up. "Your deflection pattern changed halfway through. Were you testing me?" Rookwood accepted the help, a rare smile crossing his normally stoic features. "Always. And you adapted remarkably well." He brushed off his robes. "Though in a real combat situation, you'd still be at a disadvantage against fully trained dark wizards. Your magical core, while unusually developed for your age, simply hasn't matured fully. That's why I have you all," Harry replied pragmatically, gesturing to the observers, a mix of ministry personnel and his bound followers. As they exited the dueling chamber, Harry was intercepted by Bellatrix. After nearly 5 years, she remained the most unpredictable of his followers, sometimes almost maternal in her strange way, other times coldly calculating. Today, she seemed oddly excited. "Post arrived while you were playing with Rookwood," she said, extending a thick envelope of yellowish parchment. "Special delivery." Harry recognized the letter instantly: heavy parchment, emerald green ink, and the distinctive Hogwarts crest pressed into a purple wax seal. Despite knowing it would arrive eventually, his heart jumped. "My Hogwarts letter," he said quietly, taking it from her. "The beginning of the next phase," Bellatrix agreed, watching him with that peculiar intensity she reserved for moments she deemed significant. "Everything changes now, little lord." Harry broke the seal and read through the acceptance letter and supplies list, feeling a strange mixture of excitement and apprehension. Hogwarts represented both freedom and complication, a chance to be around children his own age, but also a separation from the unusual family unit he'd built. "We knew this was coming," Sirius said, joining them. "Dumbledore's been working out the arrangements with the Ministry for months. Those arrangements have been complex and occasionally contentious. Harry's unique situation demanded unprecedented accommodations, security protocols, communication channels with his followers, and contingency plans for various scenarios. After weeks of negotiation, a framework had been established that satisfied all parties, at least minimally. We'll need to visit Diagon Alley for supplies," Harry noted, scanning the list. "That'll be the first real test of the new protocols. Already scheduled for next Tuesday," Sirius confirmed. "Limited group, disguise charms for certain individuals, and Aura escort." Harry nodded, still staring at the letter. Despite 5 years of intensive magical education from some of Britain's most knowledgeable, if infamous, witches and wizards, Hogwarts represented something different, something normal in a life that had been anything but. That evening, he called a full assembly in the Manor's Great Hall. All his followers gathered, the loyalists, pragmatists, and reluctants, though those factions had blurred somewhat over the years as individuals found their own equilibrium within the life-debt bonds. "As most of you already know, I received my Hogwarts letter today," Harry began, standing on the raised dais that had become his customary speaking position. Despite his youth, he commanded the room with practiced ease. "This means significant changes for all of us." He outlined the arrangements that had been negotiated. While Harry attended Hogwarts, the majority of his followers would remain at Sea Shadow Manor under Ministry supervision. A rotating security detail would maintain a presence in Hogsmeade Village, near enough to reach Hogwarts quickly if needed. Communication would be maintained through specially enchanted journals, allowing Harry to contact his followers without violating school rules against unauthorized communication methods. "The life debts will function across this distance," Harry concluded. "Rookwood and the Department of Mysteries have confirmed this through testing. You'll be able to sense if I'm in danger, and the bonds will allow you to act accordingly. And if the danger comes from within Hogwarts itself, ask Dolohov, who despite years under the life debt's influence still maintained his suspicious nature. Dumbledore has his own agenda." "Dumbledore may have agendas, but harming Harry isn't one of them," Sirius interjected firmly. "Besides, the headmaster understands that any threat to Harry would trigger an immediate response from everyone in this room, something he'd rather avoid inside a school full of children. The meeting continued with practical discussions about logistics, contingency plans, and the division of responsibilities during Harry's absence. Throughout it all, Harry observed the varying reactions among his followers. Some, particularly those who developed genuine loyalty beyond the magical compulsion, showed concern for his well-being. Others seemed more focused on how his absence might affect their own situations. Later, as Harry prepared for bed, Sirius knocked on his bedroom door with 2 mugs of hot chocolate, a tradition they'd maintained since those early days after Azkaban fell. "Nervous?" Sirius asked, settling into the armchair near Harry's desk. "A bit," Harry admitted, accepting the warm mug. "Not about magic or classes, I've had better teachers than most Hogwarts professors, honestly." "High praise for a bunch of criminals," Sirius joked. Harry smiled. "Criminals with very specialized knowledge." His expression grew more serious. "I'm more nervous about the social aspects. I haven't spent much time with kids my age. The Malfoy boy, the Bones girl, the Longbottom heir, you've had some interactions," Sirius pointed out. "Carefully supervised interactions," Harry countered. "This will be different. I'll just be Harry. Or trying to be, anyway." Sirius studied him over the rim of his mug. "You know, you don't have to hide who you are, Harry. The wizarding world knows about the life debts and your unusual household. Kids at Hogwarts will have heard the stories." "That's what worries me," Harry admitted. "What if they're afraid of me? Or only interested in the boy who shattered Azkaban, not just me?" The insecurity sounded childish to his own ears, but it was genuine. Despite his uncommon maturity in many areas, Harry still craved simple acceptance, something his extraordinary circumstances had made increasingly difficult to find. "The right friends won't care about all that," Sirius assured him. "James and I became friends before I knew his family was wealthy and influential. Remus kept his lycanthropy secret for years, afraid we'd reject him, but when we found out, it only made us closer." His expression darkened briefly. "And Peter, well, some friendships surprise you in different ways." The mention of Peter Pettigrew, the friend who had betrayed Harry's parents, hung between them momentarily. Over the years, Harry had learned the full story of the Marauders, including Pettigrew's betrayal and subsequent disappearance after Sirius's exoneration. "Just be yourself," Sirius continued after a moment. "Not the leader of a magical household, not the boy who lived, just Harry. The right people will see that and respond to it." Harry nodded, hoping his godfather was right. As he sipped his hot chocolate, he gazed out the window at the night sky, wondering what Hogwarts would bring: new friends, new challenges, and perhaps answers to questions that had lingered since that night his magic had reached across Britain and changed everything. The expedition to Diagon Alley was planned with military precision. Security concerns necessitated a careful balance, enough protection for Harry without creating a spectacle that would attract unwanted attention. In the end, the group consisted of Harry, Sirius, and Remus as the visible core, with Rookwood and Shacklebolt, one of the more reasonable Aurors assigned to Sea Shadow Manor, under disillusionment charms as additional security. They traveled via Fleur to the Leaky Cauldron early on a Tuesday morning when the alley would be less crowded. Even so, Harry's appearance in the wizarding pub caused an immediate stir. Conversations halted mid-sentence as witches and wizards recognized him. "It's Potter," someone whispered, not quite quietly enough. "The Azkaban boy." Harry kept his expression neutral as Sirius guided him through the room with a protective hand on his shoulder. They'd anticipated this reaction, but experiencing it firsthand was still uncomfortable. "Mr. Potter." Tom the barkeeper called cheerfully. "An honor to have you visit. Can I get you anything?" "On the house, of course." "No thank you," Harry replied politely. "We're just passing through to the alley." More whispers followed them as they moved toward the rear exit. Harry caught fragments: "Commands Death Eaters," and "Dangerous Magic," and "Dumbledore's worried," but maintained his composed demeanor until they reached the brick wall that concealed the entrance to Diagon Alley. "You okay?" Remus asked quietly as Sirius tapped the pattern on the bricks. Harry nodded. "I expected worse, honestly." The wall rearranged itself into an archway, revealing the winding, cobblestone street of Diagon Alley. Despite having heard descriptions from Sirius and others, Harry couldn't help the small gasp that escaped him. The magical shopping district was a riot of colors, sounds, and magical energy, shop windows displaying everything from self-stirring cauldrons to animated miniature Quidditch players zooming around display cases. "Where to first?" Sirius asked, clearly enjoying Harry's reaction. "Gringotts," Harry decided. "Then we can work our way back through the shops." The imposing white marble building of Gringotts Wizarding Bank dominated the far end of the alley. As they approached, Harry noticed the security had been significantly enhanced since the break-in attempts years earlier. Goblin guards wearing burnished armor flanked the entrance, and magical sensors swept over them as they passed through the bronze doors. Inside, Harry approached a free teller, aware of the curious stares from both wizards and goblins throughout the bank. "I'd like to access my vault," he said, presenting the key Sirius had given him for his 11th birthday. "Harry Potter." The goblin examined the key carefully, then peered down at Harry with narrowed eyes. "We've been expecting you, Mr. Potter. Griphook will take you to your vault." He snapped his fingers, and another goblin appeared to escort them. The cart ride through Gringotts' underground tunnels was exhilarating, Harry's first real experience with magical transportation that wasn't flow powder. They hurtled past stalactites and underground lakes, taking sharp turns that made Remus look distinctly green. "Always hated these carts," he muttered. When they reached Harry's vault, he was surprised by the substantial pile of gold, silver, and bronze coins within. "Is all this from my parents?" he asked Sirius. The Potter family was well off, Sirius confirmed. Not Malfoy wealthy, but comfortable. James's father invented Sleekeasy's hair potion, which ironically never worked on James's own unruly mop. He ruffled Harry's equally untamable hair affectionately. After collecting enough coins for his school supplies and spending money, they returned to the surface and began their shopping expedition. Each store brought new discoveries. At Flourish and Blotts, Harry selected his required textbooks plus several advanced titles that caught his interest. Madame Malkin's fitted him for school robes while politely avoiding any mention of his unusual fame. The apothecary fascinated him with its bizarre ingredients, some of which he recognized from potions lessons with his more knowledgeable followers. The magical menagerie overwhelmed his senses with the sounds and smells of dozens of magical creatures. Throughout it all, Harry remained acutely aware of the attention he attracted. People pointed, whispered, and occasionally approached directly with questions or comments about the Azkaban incident, as the newspapers had termed it. Sirius deflected most of these interactions smoothly, allowing Harry to focus on his shopping. Their final stop was Ollivander's wand shop, narrow and shabby compared to the other establishments, with a simple sign reading, "Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. Harry already possessed the untraceable wand Sirius had procured years ago, but both the Ministry and Dumbledore had insisted he obtain an officially registered wand for Hogwarts. A tinkling bell announced their entrance into the dusty shop. The air inside felt charged with magical energy, emanating from thousands of narrow boxes stacked from floor to ceiling. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. An old man with wide, pale eyes that shone like moons through the gloom emerged from between the shelves. "Ah, yes. Harry Potter. I've been wondering when you would visit my shop." "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," Harry replied politely. "You have your mother's eyes," Ollivander observed. "Though I sense you've been using magic already." "Yes. An unregistered wand, I suspect." His gaze shifted to Sirius, who tensed slightly. "No matter. Hogwarts requires a proper match, properly tracked. Let's find your true magical partner, shall we?" What followed was an extraordinary process of trial and error. Ollivander presented wand after wand, each time snatching it back almost immediately with murmurs of, "No, not quite right," or, "Closer, but still not the match." The pile of rejected wands grew steadily larger. "Tricky customer, eh?" Ollivander seemed delighted rather than frustrated. "Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere." He disappeared into the back of his shop, returning with a dusty box he regarded with unusual solemnity. "I wonder, yes, why not, unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple." Harry took the wand and immediately felt warmth spread through his fingers. He raised it and brought it swishing down, producing a stream of red and gold sparks that illuminated the dim shop. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried. "Yes, indeed, very good." "Well, well, well, how curious, how very curious." "Sorry," Harry said, "but what's curious?" Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry felt a chill run through him despite the summer heat outside. "Voldemort's wand?" Ollivander nodded. "Yes. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well, if I had known what that wand was going out into the world to do." The wand-maker leaned closer, studying Harry with unsettling intensity. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." "There's something else you're not saying," Harry observed quietly, sensing the wand-maker's hesitation. Ollivander glanced at Sirius and Remus before returning his gaze to Harry. "Sharp perception. Yes, there is something more. The phoenix who gave these feathers, he has given a third." This statement clearly shocked Sirius. "A third? That's unprecedented." "Indeed, Mr. Black. Never in my family's wand-making history has a phoenix given 3 feathers." Ollivander's voice dropped lower. "And most curious of all, the third wand has already found its master, though I did not craft it myself." "Who?" Harry asked, though he sensed he already knew the answer somehow. "The wand you've been using these past years," Ollivander said simply. "The unregistered one. I'd recognize Fawkes's magic anywhere. 3 feathers, 3 wands, 2 in your possession, 1 in the Dark Lord's. A connection beyond anything I've encountered in all my years of wand lore." The implications of this revelation stunned everyone present. Harry's unofficial wand, the one Sirius had obtained from a wandmaker in Prague, shared a core origin with both his new wand and Voldemort's. "How is that possible?" Remus asked. "The statistical improbability, wand lore isn't governed by statistics, Mr. Lupin," Ollivander interrupted. "It follows deeper patterns, fate, destiny, magical resonance across bloodlines and souls." His gaze returned to Harry. "I believe no ordinary connection exists between you and he who must not be named. Something profound links your magics, your very essences." Harry exchanged significant glances with Sirius, both thinking of the Horcrux theory Dumbledore had shared years earlier. "Thank you for telling me this, Mr. Ollivander," Harry said carefully. "It's valuable information." As they paid 7 gold galleons for the wand and left the shop, Sirius pulled Harry and Remus into a quiet side alley, casting privacy charms around them. "The third feather can't be coincidence," he said grimly. "It must be connected to whatever happened the night your parents died, the night your magic formed those connections with Voldemort." Harry nodded, absent-mindedly touching his lightning scar. Over the years, his connection to Voldemort had grown more defined rather than fading. He sometimes experienced flashes of emotion that weren't his own, glimpses of unfamiliar places through another's eyes, and occasional pain in his scar that coincided with reports of dark magical activity. 3 wands, 1 source, Remus mused. It's almost as if the Phoenix, Fox, Dumbledore's familiar, anticipated this connection and provided the means to understand it. Or exploit it, Harry added quietly. Either way, this confirms what Dumbledore suspected all along. My connection to Voldemort isn't just through the life debts controlling his former followers. It's direct. Personal. The remainder of their Diagon Alley expedition was completed in thoughtful silence, each processing Ollivander's revelation in their own way. By late afternoon, they'd acquired all the necessary supplies for Harry's first year at Hogwarts and returned to Sea Shadow Manor, where the news of the wand connection spread quickly among Harry's inner circle. Rookwood, predictably, approached it as an academic puzzle. 3 feathers from the same phoenix, 3 wands with distinct properties, yet connected by their magical origin. The symmetry suggests intentionality beyond mere coincidence. Bellatrix, however, reacted with disturbing excitement. The Dark Lord always believed your magic was significant, she told Harry. This proves his instincts were correct. You're bound together by forces older and deeper than ordinary magic. That doesn't mean I'm anything like him, Harry replied sharply. Of course not, little lord, Bellatrix agreed, though her sly smile suggested she thought otherwise. You're entirely your own masterpiece. The following weeks were consumed with preparations for Harry's departure to Hogwarts. Practical arrangements, trunks packed, communication journals enchanted, security protocols finalized, mixed with more emotional concerns as September 1st approached. On his last night at Sea Shadow Manor, Harry couldn't sleep. He wandered the corridors of the place that had been his home for 5 years, reflecting on how dramatically his life had changed since that desperate night in the Dursleys' cupboard. He found Sirius on the cliffside terrace, gazing out at the moonlit sea. Couldn't sleep either? Harry asked, joining him at the stone railing. Sirius smiled ruefully. Too many thoughts. Proud parent syndrome, I suppose. You're worried, Harry observed. About me going to Hogwarts. Terrified, Sirius admitted candidly. Not of Hogwarts itself, it was the happiest place in my life. But everything's different for you. The fame, the life debts, the connection to Voldemort, it's a lot for anyone to handle, let alone an 11-year-old stepping into a new environment. I'm not exactly a normal 11-year-old, Harry pointed out. That's what worries me, Sirius said softly. Sometimes I look at you, and I see glimpses of the child you should have been, excited about Quidditch, laughing at silly jokes, getting into innocent mischief. But then you switch into the other Harry, the leader, the strategist, the boy with burdens no child should carry. Harry leaned against the railing, considering this observation. I don't know how to be just one or the other anymore. Maybe I never did, after that night. That's why Hogwarts matters, Sirius said, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. Not just for education, but for balance. To give you experiences beyond command and responsibility. Friends, rivals, teachers who'll treat you as a student rather than a political entity. What if I can't fit in? Harry asked, voicing his deepest fear. What if I'm too different now? Then you'll make your own place, Sirius replied simply. Create your own definition of belonging. Just like your parents did, in their own ways. They stayed on the terrace until dawn broke over the eastern horizon, talking about Hogwarts, the Marauders' adventures, and Sirius's hopes for Harry's school years. Neither mentioned Voldemort or the life debts or the wand connection directly, yet these shadows lingered at the edges of their conversation, impossible to fully escape. As the first rays of sunlight touched the manor, Harry made a quiet promise to himself. Whatever challenges Hogwarts brought, he would face them as both versions of himself, the extraordinary leader circumstance had made him, and the ordinary boy who still existed somewhere beneath. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity, families saying goodbyes, students reuniting after summer holidays, owls hooting in cages, and the gleaming scarlet Hogwarts Express billowing steam in preparation for departure. Harry's arrival created a momentary lull in the chaos. Whispers spread rapidly as he passed through the magical barrier with Sirius, followed by Remus and two Aurors in plain clothes who would accompany him to Hogsmeade before returning to London. "Just keep walking," Sirius murmured, guiding Harry toward the train. "Don't make eye contact unless necessary." They found an empty compartment near the rear of the train, where Harry's trunk was quickly stowed overhead. The goodbye that followed was brief but emotional, Sirius pulling Harry into a tight hug, Remus offering encouraging words about Hogwarts professors and classes. "The journals are charmed to alert you if I need to communicate urgently," Harry reminded them. "And the Hogsmeade team will be in place by tonight. Try to focus on being a student first," Sirius advised. "Your security is handled. Make friends, learn magic, explore the castle, just remember to check the map before any serious rule-breaking." He winked, patting the pocket where Harry had stored the Marauder's map, a valuable family heirloom Sirius had presented him with that morning. As the train whistle blew for final boarding, Sirius squeezed Harry's shoulder one last time. "Your parents would be so proud of you," he said softly. "Not because of the life debts or the power, but because of the kind of person you've become despite everything." The simple statement meant more to Harry than any grand declaration could have. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and boarded the train as the final call sounded. From his compartment window, Harry watched Sirius and Remus standing on the platform as the train began to move. They grew smaller in the distance until the train rounded a bend and they disappeared from view, along with the last visible connection to his unusual household. Harry had barely settled in when the compartment door slid open, revealing a tall, red-haired boy about his age. "Mind if I sit here?" the boy asked. "Everywhere else is full." "Sure," Harry replied, gesturing to the empty seat opposite him. "Thanks." The boy stored his trunk and sat down. "I'm Ron, by the way." "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened. "Blimey, are you really? I mean, I heard you might be starting Hogwarts this year, but..." He stared at Harry's forehead, where the lightning scar was just visible through his fringe. Harry had expected this reaction but still found it uncomfortable. "Yes, that's me." "So it's true then? About Azkaban and the Death Eaters and everything?" Ron blurted, then immediately looked embarrassed. "Sorry, that was rude. My mum's always telling me I need to think before I speak." Harry couldn't help but smile at the boy's candid manner. "It's okay. Yes, it's true. Though probably not exactly like the stories you've heard. Dad works at the ministry," Ron explained. "He doesn't talk about it much at home, but I've heard bits and pieces. Says it's the strangest magical phenomenon in centuries." "That's one way to put it," Harry agreed, appreciating Ron's straightforward approach. Unlike the whispers and pointed stares on the platform, Ron's curiosity seemed genuine rather than fearful or judgmental. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door opened again. This time a bushy-haired girl with rather large front teeth appeared, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one," she said in a bossy sort of voice. "No toads here," Ron replied. The girl's attention shifted to Harry, her eyes widening in recognition. "You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "Those books aren't very accurate," Harry said, slightly amused by her enthusiasm. "They were written before the Azkaban incident, and even the newer editions get most details wrong." "Oh. Well, I suppose primary sources are always more reliable than secondary accounts." She sat down uninvited. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Are you both first years too? I'm ever so excited about starting Hogwarts. I've learned all our textbooks by heart, of course, just to be prepared. Nobody in my family has magic at all, so it was ever such a surprise when I got my letter." Ron and Harry exchanged glances, momentarily united in bewilderment at Hermione's rapid-fire speaking style. "I'm Ron Weasley," Ron offered. And yeah, we're first years. Have you tried any spells yet? Hermione asked eagerly. I've tried a few simple ones just for practice, and they've all worked for me. I've had magical training for years, Harry said, seeing no reason to hide this fact. Though Hogwarts will be my first formal schooling. Really? That's unusual, isn't it? I thought underage wizards weren't allowed to practice magic outside school. Hermione's expression turned suddenly suspicious. Unless you had special permission because of your situation. Harry was saved from responding by the arrival of the trolley lady selling snacks. Ron looked embarrassed as he produced a squashed sandwich from his pocket, but Harry, who had never had friends to share things with, immediately bought a large selection of everything and invited Ron and Hermione to help themselves. As they sampled chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and pumpkin pasties, the ice broke between them. Ron explained wizarding sweets to Hermione, who was fascinated by the moving pictures on the chocolate frog cards. Harry listened to their banter with growing enjoyment, realizing this was exactly what Sirius had hoped for him, normal interactions with peers who treated him as another student rather than a phenomenon. The pleasant atmosphere was interrupted when the compartment door slid open yet again. This time, Harry recognized the pale, pointed face of Draco Malfoy, flanked by two large boys who resembled bodyguards more than students. So it's true, Draco drawled. Harry Potter is coming to Hogwarts. Though I already knew that, of course. He nodded to Harry with a familiarity clearly intended to impress the others. Hello, Draco, Harry replied neutrally. Though they'd met several times over the years due to Lucius and Narcissa's involvement with Bellatrix, Harry had never quite warmed to the Malfoy heir's superior attitude. Draco's gaze shifted to Ron, his expression turning disdainful. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. He looked at Hermione. And you are? Hermione Granger, she replied, seemingly unintimidated. Granger, not a wizarding name, is it? Draco's implication was clear. Draco, Harry interrupted firmly, did you need something specific? The pale boy refocused on Harry. Just wanted to make sure you're settling in properly. Father says your unique situation might make the transition to Hogwarts challenging. If you need allies who understand the wizarding world properly, you should know which families to associate with. He extended his hand. I can help you there. Harry recognized the political maneuvering, Draco attempting to publicly establish himself as Harry's preferred associate. The same Malfoy strategy of positioning themselves advantageously that Lucius had employed for years. I appreciate the offer, Harry said carefully, but I think I can figure out the right sort for myself. Draco's hand remained extended awkwardly for a moment before dropping. His pale face flushed slightly. Suit yourself, Potter. But some wizarding families are better than others. You wouldn't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, Harry replied coolly. Draco's eyes narrowed. You'll soon find that some wizarding traditions deserve respect, Potter. Being raised by criminals and blood traders might have given you certain misconceptions. Before Harry could respond, Ron stood up angrily. Say that again, Malfoy. Oh, going to fight us, are you, Weasley? Draco sneered. Unless you leave now, Harry said, his voice taking on the quiet authority he'd developed commanding adults for years. The tone, combined with his reputation, had an immediate effect. Even Draco hesitated, seemingly remembering exactly who he was challenging. We're going anyway, he said, trying to save face. This compartment smells of poverty and mud. He stalked away, his large companions following like well-trained dogs. Charming friend you have there, Hermione commented dryly after they'd gone. Not my friend, Harry clarified. His aunt is connected to my household. Political association. Ron still looked angry. The Malfoys think they're better than everyone because they're rich purebloods. Dad says Lucius Malfoy claimed to be under the Imperius curse during the war, but he was really one of you-know-who's supporters. He was, Harry confirmed matter-of-factly. Though he's been playing both sides since Azkaban fell. This blunt confirmation startled both Ron and Hermione, clearly reminding them of Harry's unusual knowledge and connections. Is it true you actually give orders to Death Eaters? Ron asked, curiosity overcoming his momentary discomfort. My brothers Fred and George reckon you have them doing household chores and stuff. Harry laughed, genuinely amused by this mental image. It's more complicated than that. The life debts create different kinds of bonds for different people. Some follow orders because they have to, others because they want to. I try not to command anyone directly unless it's necessary. That's remarkably mature, Hermione observed. Most people would abuse that kind of power. I've had 5 years to figure it out, Harry replied with a shrug. Trial and error, mostly. Their conversation shifted to lighter topics as the train continued northward. Hermione shared her excitement about classes, Ron talked about his large family and their expectations, and Harry carefully answered questions about his upbringing without revealing sensitive details about Sea Shadow Manor's security or his followers' activities. By the time they changed into their school robes as the train approached Hogsmeade, Harry felt he'd made his first real peer connections. Neither Ron nor Hermione seemed overwhelmed by his unusual background, Ron treating it as simply another interesting fact about a potential friend, and Hermione approaching it with academic fascination rather than fear. As they disembarked into the cool evening air, Harry heard a familiar voice calling, Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid, the enormous groundskeeper who had occasionally visited Sea Shadow Manor as Dumbledore's envoy, waved a lantern above the crowd. Hello, Harry. Hagrid called upon spotting him. Good to see ya. All right, there. Fine, thanks, Hagrid, Harry replied, noting the curious glances from other first years who wondered how he already knew the imposing figure. Hagrid led them down a steep, narrow path toward a fleet of small boats waiting at the shore of a vast black lake. No more N4 to a boat, he called as the first years scrambled aboard. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were joined by a round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom. Harry recognized the name immediately. Bellatrix had tortured Neville's parents into insanity during the war. The realization created an uncomfortable knot in Harry's stomach as he shook Neville's hand, wondering how the boy would react if he knew one of Harry's followers was responsible for his parents' condition. All such thoughts vanished, however, when they rounded a bend in the lake and Hogwarts came into view for the first time. The castle stood majestic against the starry sky, windows blazing with golden light, towers and turrets reaching toward the heavens. A collective boo-hoo rose from the boats. For Harry, who had seen magical buildings and lived in the impressive Sea Shadow Manor for years, Hogwarts still inspired awe. The castle radiated ancient magic so powerful he could almost taste it, layers upon layers of spells and enchantments built up over centuries, alive with purpose and memory. As their boat glided toward the underground harbor beneath the castle, Harry felt a strange sense of homecoming. Despite never having been here before, something in the castle's magic resonated with him on a fundamental level. They disembarked onto a pebbly shore and followed Hagrid up a passageway to the castle's massive oak front doors. The gamekeeper knocked 3 times, and the doors swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall, tall and imposing in emerald green robes, her black hair pulled into a tight bun. Her eyes found Harry immediately among the first years, a brief flash of something, concern. Interest. Assessment, crossing her features before she resumed her stern expression. The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them across the flagged stone floor of the entrance hall, past the drone of hundreds of voices from the Great Hall, and into a small chamber off the hall. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. As McGonagall explained the house system, Harry noticed several students watching him and whispering behind their hands. His fame had preceded him, as expected. He maintained a neutral expression, focusing on McGonagall's words rather than the unwanted attention. After the professor left to prepare for their entrance, nervous chatter broke out among the first years. Theories about the sorting process ranged from Ron's brother's claim that they would face a painful test to Hermione's rapid whispers about spells she might need to perform. "It's a hat," Harry said quietly to Ron and Hermione. "The sorting hat reads your mind and puts you in the house that fits you best." "How do you know that?" Ron asked, looking relieved. Harry smiled slightly. "Sirius told me. He said the older students like to scare the first years with stories about trolls and tests." When McGonagall returned and led them into the Great Hall, even Harry was momentarily stunned despite knowing what to expect. Thousands of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat. Golden plates and goblets gleamed in the candlelight. At the top of the hall, the staff table stretched across the width of the room, with Albus Dumbledore at its center in a high-backed golden chair. Harry's gaze swept the staff table, recognizing several professors from Sirius's descriptions. His eyes locked briefly with a hook-nosed, sallow-faced man with greasy black hair, Severus Snape, his mother's former friend turned bitter enemy, according to Sirius. The potions master's expression was unreadable, but the intensity of his stare made Harry's scar prickle uncomfortably. The sorting began with McGonagall placing the ancient, patched hat on a 4-legged stool. After singing a song about the 4 houses and their qualities, the hat fell silent, and McGonagall began calling students forward alphabetically. Harry observed closely as Abbott, Hannah, became a Hufflepuff, Bones, Susan, niece of Amelia Bones, joined her, and Boot, Terry, went to Ravenclaw. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat, while Draco Malfoy was instantly declared a Slytherin. When Potter, Harry, was finally called, the hall fell silent before erupting in whispers. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? The one who commands Death Eaters?" Harry walked forward with practiced composure, ignoring the murmurs. As the hat dropped over his eyes, blocking out the hall, he heard a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and power, such unusual power for one so young. A nice thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool, thinking, I just want to be where I fit best. Where you fit best, said the small voice. But that's the challenge, you've developed qualities valued by all 4 houses. Leadership and courage worthy of Gryffindor. A strategic mind and thirst for knowledge that would serve Ravenclaw well. Loyalty and dedication to those bound to you that speaks to Hufflepuff. And ambition, resourcefulness, and a certain familiarity with power that Slytherin would appreciate. Harry waited as the hat seemed to debate with itself. Such an unusual case, it mused. A child commanding adults, innocence alongside experience, like magic wielded by one connected to darkness. Perhaps the better question is not where you fit, but where you need to be to become who you're meant to be. And where is that? Harry thought. Better be Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed the hat to thunderous applause from the Gryffindor table, though he noticed some students clapping with uncertainty, as if not quite sure whether having the boy who shattered Azkaban in their house was something to celebrate or fear. As he took his seat beside Hermione, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye from the staff table. The headmaster raised his goblet slightly in acknowledgement, his expression thoughtful behind his half-moon spectacles. Ron joined them in Gryffindor minutes later, looking relieved as he collapsed into a seat across from Harry. Brilliant. I was worried I'd end up somewhere else. My whole family's been in Gryffindor. The sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaise, becoming a Slytherin. Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming at the students with arms opened wide. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. As he sat back down, the tables suddenly filled with food, roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, and more. Is he a bit mad? Harry heard a first-year ask Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother and a prefect. Mad? He's a genius. Percy replied. Best wizard in the world. But yes, a bit mad. Potatoes, Harry. As Harry filled his plate, he found himself bombarded with questions from curious Gryffindors, some tentative, others boldly direct. He answered politely but briefly, redirecting conversation where possible to less personal topics. Do you really live with Death Eaters? Asked Seamus Finnegan, a sandy-haired boy. I live with people bound by life debts, Harry corrected. Some were Death Eaters before, yes. Are you going to command them to attack anyone at Hogwarts? Asked a particularly tactless third year. Harry fixed the boy with a level stare that made him squirm. No. That would be both wrong and pointless. They're not weapons to be aimed at schoolchildren. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, approached the questioning with refreshing humor. We've started a betting pool, Fred, or possibly George, informed him cheerfully. On what? Harry asked. On how long before you summon your Death Eater army to get out of homework, George, or possibly Fred, explained with a wink. Current odds favor the first potion's essay. Harry couldn't help but laugh, appreciating their attempt to defuse the tension his presence had created. Might be worth considering. I've heard Snape's assignments are brutal. Speaking of Snape, Ron muttered, nodding toward the staff table. He keeps looking at you. Harry glanced up to find the potion's master indeed watching him, his black eyes unreadable but intensely focused. He doesn't look very friendly, Hermione observed. He and my dad were enemies at school, Harry explained. And my godfather too. Old grudges. Snape holds grudges for decades, Percy confirmed solemnly. Be careful in his class, Harry. He favors Slytherin and looks for excuses to take points from Gryffindor. As the feast progressed, Harry gradually relaxed, finding the Gryffindors' initial wariness giving way to cautious acceptance. By the time dessert appeared, he was engaged in a spirited debate about Quidditch with Ron and several other boys, while Hermione chatted with Percy about classes. After dinner, Dumbledore rose again to make start-of-term announcements, warnings about the Forbidden Forest, banned items, mostly supplied by the Weasley twins, Harry gathered, and a curious caution about the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side being off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. He's not serious. Harry muttered to Percy. Must be, Percy replied, frowning. It's odd, because he usually gives us reasons why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. I'd have thought he'd have told us prefects, at least. Harry filed this information away, his curiosity piqued. A forbidden corridor with deadly consequences seemed significant, especially considering Dumbledore's ongoing search for Voldemort's Horcruxes. The evening concluded with the school song, sung to whatever tune each student preferred, resulting in a chaotic but strangely harmonious cacophony. Finally, the prefects led the first years to their dormitories, guiding the exhausted new Gryffindors through corridors and up staircases to the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis, said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall, through which they all scrambled to enter the Gryffindor common room. The circular room was cozy and welcoming, filled with squashy armchairs, tables for studying, and a crackling fire in the fireplace. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, Harry and the other first-year Gryffindor boys, Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean Thomas, found their beds, 5 four-posters hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, they changed into pajamas and fell into bed. Ron was asleep almost instantly, but Harry lay awake for some time, processing the day's events and the beginning of this new chapter in his life. Just before drifting off, he activated the communication journal Sirius had given him, writing a brief message, sorted into Gryffindor. All well. We'll check in tomorrow. The words sank into the page and disappeared. Moments later, a reply formed, no surprise there. Your parents would be proud. Sleep well, and remember, learn to be a student before you worry about being anything else. Harry smiled, closed the journal, and finally surrendered to sleep, lulled by the unfamiliar but comforting sounds of his dorm mates breathing. For the first time in years, he was surrounded by peers rather than followers, equals rather than subordinates. The change felt both strange and right, a step toward the balance Sirius had hoped Hogwarts would provide. Harry's first week at Hogwarts proved both challenging and exhilarating. The castle itself was a maze of moving staircases, vanishing steps, doors that weren't really doors, and portraits that gossiped about students passing by. Harry found his way more easily than most first years thanks to the Marauder's map, though he kept this advantage secret from all but Ron and Hermione. Classes ranged from fascinating to frustrating. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall impressed Harry with its precision and complexity. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick was enjoyable, especially when the diminutive teacher squeaked in excitement upon reading Harry's name during roll call and tumbled off his stack of books. Less impressive was History of Magic, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, whose monotonous voice could induce sleep in even the most attentive student. Defense against the dark arts proved disappointing as well. Professor Quirrell, a nervous man with a pronounced stutter and a peculiar garlic odor, seemed afraid of his own subject, teaching theoretical concepts without practical application. This is ridiculous, Harry muttered to Hermione after a particularly useless Dada lesson. He's supposed to be teaching defense, but he jumps at his own shadow. The textbook is decent, at least, Hermione replied practically. We can study the theory ourselves. Theory only helps so much, Harry said, thinking of his practical combat training with Rookwood and others. Real defensive magic requires practice. Throughout the week, Harry remained acutely aware of the attention he attracted. Students stared and whispered wherever he went. Some approached with blunt questions about Azkaban and his followers, while others kept a wary distance, as if afraid he might summon Death Eaters at any provocation. The Weasley twins turned the situation into ongoing comedy, bowing elaborately whenever Harry passed and proclaiming, "Make way for the Dark Lord of Detention." Their humor helped diffuse tension, transforming Harry's reputation into something more approachable, if not quite normal. By Friday, Harry had established a tentative routine. He'd found allies in Ron and Hermione, the former offering straightforward friendship without complication, the latter providing intellectual challenge and organizational skills that complemented Harry's leadership tendencies. Other Gryffindors gradually relaxed around him, especially after he proved himself just another student struggling with homework and navigation. Friday also brought Harry's first potions lesson with Professor Snape, which all the older Gryffindors had warned him about. The class took place in the dungeons, where the chill air and pickled animals floating in glass jars created an immediately unwelcoming atmosphere. Snape began with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Some Slytherins sniggered behind their hands. Draco Malfoy shot Harry a smug look, clearly anticipating entertainment at his expense. After finishing the roll, Snape addressed the class with barely concealed disdain. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence followed this speech. Hermione sat on the edge of her seat, looking desperate to prove she wasn't a dunderhead. Harry maintained a neutral expression, recognizing the intimidation tactics for what they were. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. Thanks to his advanced education at Sea Shadow Manor, he recognized the question immediately. Draught of Living Death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Something like surprise flashed across Snape's face before his expression hardened again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that will protect against most poisons. Snape's eyes narrowed. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. A tense silence followed. Snape seemed caught between his desire to humiliate Harry and his inability to do so given the correct answers. Well, he snapped at the rest of the class. Why aren't you all copying that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, and a point from Gryffindor, Potter, for your cheek. I apologize, sir, Harry said politely. Which answer was cheeky? The class went deadly silent. Snape's eyes flashed dangerously. Another point for arguing with a professor. Would you like to continue this discussion and lose more points for your house? Harry considered his options. He could back down, which might prevent immediate point loss but would establish a pattern of Snape bullying him unchallenged. Or he could stand his ground, likely losing more points but setting boundaries. I wasn't arguing, Professor, he said carefully. I was asking for clarification so I can improve. Snape's lip curled. Improvement would begin with humility, Potter. Something your father never managed to learn. The deliberate provocation was obvious, but Harry refused to take the bait. I'll work on that, sir. Thank you for the advice. Something unreadable crossed Snape's face at this unexpected response. Rather than pursuing the confrontation, he abruptly turned away and set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils. As Harry carefully prepared ingredients with Ron as his partner, Hermione leaned over from the neighboring table. How did you know all those answers? They're not in our first-year textbook. I've had advanced training, Harry replied quietly. Potions was part of the curriculum. The remainder of the lesson passed in tense concentration. Snape swept around criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow melted Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, and their potion was seeping across the stone floor. Within seconds, the entire class was standing on their stools while Neville, who had been drenched in the potion when the cauldron collapsed, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. Idiot boy, snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire. Take him to the hospital wing, he spat at Seamus. Then he rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working near Neville. Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought it would make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point from Gryffindor. This was so unfair that Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron kicked him behind their cauldron. Don't push it, he muttered. I've heard Snape can turn nasty. As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon an hour later, Harry's mind raced with thoughts about Snape's behavior. The potion's master clearly harbored more than just old-school grudges against Harry's father, there was something personal and visceral in his antipathy. Cheerful bloke, isn't he? Said Ron as they made their way to the Great Hall for lunch. Fred and George reckon he hates all Gryffindors on principle, but he seems to have a special hatred for you. It's more complicated than that, Harry replied thoughtfully. Sirius said Snape was in love with my mother but hated my father. Classic triangle. Blimey, Ron's eyes widened. No wonder he looks at you like that. You're James Potter's son with Lily's eyes, must drive him mental every time he sees you. Hermione, who had caught up with them in the corridor, frowned disapprovingly. That's no excuse for professional misconduct. He's a teacher, he shouldn't let personal feelings interfere with his job. Ideally, no, Harry agreed. But people rarely separate their emotions from their actions completely, especially with deep-seated issues like Snape has. Ron looked impressed. You sound like my dad when he's analyzing political situations at the ministry. Harry shrugged, slightly embarrassed. Leading adults for years had given him insights into human behavior most 11-year-olds lacked, but he didn't want to emphasize these differences to his new friends. After lunch, Harry made his first visit to the Hogsmeade security team, followers stationed in the magical village to maintain proximity in case of emergencies. Sirius had arranged for Harry to have approved weekend visits to Hogsmeade despite first years normally being restricted to the castle grounds. The Three Broomsticks pub had a private room reserved for these meetings. Harry found Rookwood and a female follower named Selwyn waiting for him, both dressed inconspicuously in ordinary wizarding attire rather than anything that might suggest Azkaban connections. Mr. Potter, Rookwood greeted him formally, aware that Madame Rosmerta might overhear despite privacy charms. How was your first week? Educational, Harry replied with a slight smile. Though not always in the ways intended. For the next hour, they discussed Harry's initial impressions of Hogwarts, notable interactions with staff and students, and security observations. Rookwood seemed particularly interested in Professor Quirrell. Something's off about him, Harry explained. He's supposedly an expert in defensive magic, yet he seems terrified of his own shadow. And there's something wrong about his magical signature. Wrong how? Rookwood pressed. Harry struggled to articulate the sensation. Like it's layered. As if there's something underneath or behind his normal magic. And my scar prickles sometimes when he's nearby, especially if he turns his back to me. Rookwood and Selwyn exchanged significant glances. Your scar reacts to the Dark Lord's presence or influence, Rookwood noted. If it's reacting to Quirrell, I'll observe him more closely, Harry promised. Though subtly. I don't want to draw attention. Before leaving, Harry inquired about developments at Sea Shadow Manor. Apparently Bellatrix had been increasingly agitated lately, claiming her dark mark was growing more distinct, a concerning sign given what they knew about Voldemort's potential return. Sirius has increased monitoring on the reluctant faction, Rookwood informed him. Though your direct commands still hold them in check, the psychological pull toward their former master grows stronger as his influence spreads. Harry nodded grimly. Keep me informed of any significant changes. And remind them all that their bonds to me remain regardless of Voldemort's status. Fighting against the life debts will only cause them pain. As Harry returned to the castle before dinner, he reflected on the complex balancing act his life had become. Student by day, commander of a magically bound household by necessity, and increasingly, a focal point in Voldemort's potential return. The coming months would test his ability to navigate these roles without allowing anyone to overwhelm the others. For now, though, he would focus on the immediate challenges, homework, friendships, and the mystery of what exactly was wrong with Professor Quirrell. By Halloween, Harry had settled into a rhythm at Hogwarts that balanced his student life with his unusual responsibilities. Weekdays were devoted to classes, homework, and building friendships, particularly with Ron and Hermione, who had become his closest companions despite their very different personalities. Weekends included both normal student activities and brief check-ins with his Hogsmeade security team. His Gryffindor housemates had gradually adjusted to his presence. The initial wariness had given way to cautious acceptance, then to general inclusion in house activities. Harry participated in exploding snap tournaments in the common room, joined discussions about Quidditch, though first years rarely made the team, and even helped with study groups for challenging subjects. Not all interactions were positive, of course. Some students, particularly in Slytherin House, regarded Harry with open suspicion or hostility. Draco Malfoy had appointed himself Harry's chief antagonist, regularly making snide comments about Potter's pet Death Eaters, and challenging his position as the school's most famous student. The professors showed varying reactions to Harry's unusual background. McGonagall treated him exactly like any other student, which Harry appreciated. Flitwick seemed fascinated by Harry's advanced magical knowledge but never singled him out inappropriately. Snape maintained his cold hostility, though after their initial confrontation, he had shifted to simply ignoring Harry whenever possible. And then there was Quirrell. Harry had watched the defense professor carefully since his conversation with Rookwood, noting increasingly suspicious behaviors. Quirrell often disappeared during evenings, his stutter seemed to come and go depending on audience, and most tellingly, Harry's scar hurt more frequently in his presence, particularly when Quirrell's back was turned toward him. On Halloween morning, they awoke to the delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafting through the corridors. Professor Flitwick announced in charms that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly, something everyone had been eager to try since they'd seen him make Neville's toad zoom around the classroom. Flitwick put the class into pairs to practice. Harry was partnered with Neville, which secretly relieved him, as he'd been wanting more opportunities to connect with the boy, while Ron was paired with Hermione. This last pairing created immediate tension. Ron and Hermione had a somewhat prickly relationship, with Ron resenting Hermione's know-it-all tendencies and Hermione frustrated by Ron's casual approach to academics. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on his stack of books as usual. "Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. And saying the magic words properly is very important, too." Harry, who had mastered this charm years ago under Madame Zabini's instruction, successfully levitated his feather on his first attempt. Rather than drawing attention to himself, however, he quietly helped Neville with his pronunciation and wand movement. "You're gripping your wand too tightly," Harry suggested softly. "Magic flows better when you're relaxed. And it's Wingardium Leviosa, stress the gar and make the o in Leviosa long." Neville, who normally looked terrified in classes where mistakes could be costly, particularly potions, gave Harry a grateful look and tried again with the adjusted technique. His feather wobbled, rose a few inches, then settled back on the desk, not perfect, but progress. "That's it," Harry encouraged. "You've got the basic movement. Try once more with a bit more confidence." Across the aisle, Ron was having less success. His frustrated attempts with the feather culminated in him nearly poking out his eye with his wand. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione snap. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long." "You do it, then, if you're so clever," Ron snarled. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, flicked her wand, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." Their feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, well done," cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. "Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it. And Mr. Potter as well, excellent." Ron was in a very bad mood by the end of the class. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," he said to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears streaming down her face. "I think she heard you," Harry said grimly. Ron looked uncomfortable but defensive. "So? She must have noticed she's got no friends." "That's not true," Harry replied sharply. "She's my friend. And she was trying to help you, even if her delivery could use work." "Whose side are you on?" Ron demanded. "I'm not taking sides," Harry said firmly. "But I know what it's like to feel different and isolated. Hermione's struggling to fit in just like I am, just in different ways." Ron had the grace to look abashed. "I didn't mean to make her cry," he mumbled. Hermione didn't appear in their next class and wasn't seen all afternoon. On their way down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Ron looked more awkward than ever at this information, but before Harry could press the issue, they entered the Great Hall. The Halloween decorations were spectacular. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkin stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone fell silent as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an immediate uproar. It took several purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Dumbledore's wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Percy Weasley sprang into action, ordering Gryffindors to follow him in an orderly fashion. As they left the Great Hall with the other houses, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip, looking torn between self-preservation and guilt. "Oh, all right," he relented. "But Percy'd better not see us." Ducking down, they joined the Hufflepuffs going the other way, slipped down a deserted side corridor, and hurried toward the girls' bathroom. They had just turned the corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Percy!" hissed Ron, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. Peering around it, however, they saw not Percy but Snape. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers?" "No idea." Quietly as possible, they crept along the next corridor after Snape's fading footsteps. "He's heading for the third floor," Harry noted, remembering the forbidden corridor Dumbledore had mentioned at the start of term feast. Before they could discuss this curious development, a foul stench reached their nostrils, a mixture of old socks and public toilets. And then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. At the end of a passage, they spotted it, 12 feet tall, its skin a dull, granite gray, its lumpy body like a boulder with a small bald head perched on top. The troll was dragging a huge wooden club along the floor. It stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. After a moment's hesitation, it slouched slowly into the room. "The key's in the lock," Harry muttered. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," said Ron nervously. They edged toward the open door, Ron reaching for the key with a trembling hand. He managed to grab it, slam the door, and lock it. Yes. Flushed with their victory, they started back up the passage, but were frozen in their tracks by a high, petrified scream, coming from the chamber they'd just locked. "Oh, no," said Ron, pale as the Bloody Baron. "It's the girls' bathroom." Harry gasped, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. "Hermione," they said together. In that moment, Harry made a split-second decision that would have profound consequences. Rather than simply unlocking the door and attempting to help Hermione conventionally, he reached for the deeper magic he normally avoided using at Hogwarts, the connection to his followers through the life debts. Closing his eyes briefly, he sent a silent but commanding summons through the magical bonds, "Danger at Hogwarts. Girls' bathroom near the Great Hall. Immediate response needed." The magic pulsed outward from him like a shockwave, invisible but immensely powerful. Miles away in Hogsmeade, his security team would feel the call like a physical pull. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron turned the key and burst into the bathroom. Hermione was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it!" Harry yelled desperately to Ron, seizing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped a few feet from Hermione, turning its lumpy head toward the sound. It saw Harry, hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club. "Oi, pea-brain!" yelled Ron from the other side of the chamber, throwing a metal pipe at the troll. It didn't seem to notice the pipe hitting its shoulder, but it heard the yell and paused again, turning toward Ron instead. Harry took advantage of the distraction to sprint around the troll, grabbing Hermione's arm. "Come on, run!" he urged, trying to pull her toward the door, but she couldn't move, still flat against the wall with her mouth open in terror. The shouting and echoing noises seemed to be driving the troll berserk. It roared and started toward Ron, who was nearest and had no way to escape. In that moment, Harry acted on instinct. He had trained for years in defensive magic with some of Britain's most knowledgeable practitioners. Rather than the textbook Wingardium Leviosa that might have worked, he drew his wand and cast with confident precision, Impedimenta. The powerful jinx struck the troll squarely, temporarily slowing its movement to a near standstill. Before it could recover, Harry followed with another spell, Incarcerus. Thick ropes materialized and wrapped themselves around the troll's legs, causing it to topple forward with a crash that shook the entire bathroom. Its club flew out of its hand, clattering across the floor. The troll wasn't defeated, merely temporarily incapacitated. Already it was beginning to tear at the magical ropes, its strength and natural magic resistance working against Harry's spells. "Those won't hold it for long," Harry called to Ron and Hermione. "Get to the door." But before they could move, the bathroom door burst open again. Harry expected professors, McGonagall or Snape or Dumbledore rushing to investigate the commotion. Instead, Augustus Rookwood and two other members of his Hogsmeade security team stormed in, wands drawn. They assessed the situation instantly, moving with the coordinated precision of trained fighters. Rookwood cast a powerful stunning spell directly at the troll's head, its most vulnerable point, while his companions reinforced Harry's restraining spells with more permanent variants. Within seconds, the troll lay completely immobilized on the bathroom floor, no longer a threat to anyone. The sudden appearance of adult wizards, strangers to Ron and Hermione but immediately recognizable as Harry's followers to anyone familiar with wizarding news, created a moment of shocked silence. "You called, Mr. Potter?" Rookwood inquired formally, though his eyes communicated deeper concern. Before Harry could respond, yet another group burst into the now crowded bathroom, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. The latter took one look at the scene and let out a faint whimper, promptly sitting down on a toilet with his hand over his heart. McGonagall's face shifted rapidly from anger to shock as she processed the tableau before her: 3 first-year students, 3 adult wizards who definitely weren't Hogwarts staff, and 1 fully immobilized mountain troll. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, cold fury in her voice as she looked between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Then, with equal intensity toward Rookwood and his companions, "And how did you enter Hogwarts grounds without authorization?" "I summoned them," Harry said quietly. "When we discovered the troll had cornered Hermione." McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Summoned them? Mr. Potter, do you mean to say you activated the life-debt bonds to bring your followers into Hogwarts without permission?" "I believe there was immediate danger to a student's life," Harry replied evenly. "The bonds allow them to respond to such situations regardless of ordinary restrictions." Snape bent over the troll, examining the spellwork that had subdued it. "Advanced magic," he muttered, shooting a calculating look at Harry. "Far beyond first-year level. Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me." Everyone turned to Hermione, who had finally found her voice. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them." Ron dropped his wand in shock. Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," she continued. Harry slowed it down and tied its legs, but it was breaking free when. She hesitated, glancing at Rookwood and the others, when help arrived. "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the 3 of them, "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. Harry was speechless. Hermione was the last person to break rules, and here she was, pretending she had to get them out of trouble. "Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this," said McGonagall. "I'm very disappointed in you. If you're not hurt at all, you'd better get off to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses." Hermione left, casting one last grateful look at Harry and Ron. McGonagall turned to the boys. "You were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale." Then, with a sharper edge, though summoning unauthorized adults into Hogwarts constitutes a serious breach of school security, Mr. Potter. Rookwood stepped forward smoothly. If I may, Professor, the life debt bonds that connect us to Mr. Potter have been legally recognized by the Ministry and Wisengamot as overriding standard restrictions when his life is in danger. We responded to a magical compulsion we could not ignore. That is a matter we will need to discuss further, McGonagall replied crisply. For now, 5 points will be awarded to each of you for sheer dumb luck. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this incident. Now, return to your dormitory. And these individuals? Snape inquired silkily, indicating Rookwood's team. Will be escorted from the grounds immediately, McGonagall declared. After providing a full explanation of how they breached Hogwarts defenses so easily. As Harry and Ron left, Harry exchanged a brief nod with Rookwood. The message was clear, they would discuss this development through proper channels later. From that moment on, Hermione Granger became Harry and Ron's firm friend. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. The fact that Harry had summoned his followers to protect her, using powers he generally kept separate from his student life, only deepened this bond. But the incident created ripples beyond their friendship. By morning, the whole school knew that Harry Potter had summoned Death Eaters into Hogwarts to fight a troll. Though the story became wildly exaggerated in retelling, some versions claimed a dozen former Azkaban inmates had operated directly into the Great Hall. The core truth remained unsettling to many. Harry's connection to his followers wasn't just theoretical. It was real, powerful, and could override even Hogwarts' legendary protections. The immediate aftermath found Harry in Dumbledore's office the following morning, facing not just the headmaster but also Professors McGonagall and Snape, along with Amelia Bones who had been summoned from the Ministry. I believe we need to clarify certain boundaries, Harry, Dumbledore said, his tone gentle but serious. While your quick thinking may have helped in yesterday's crisis, summoning external forces into Hogwarts creates significant security concerns. I understand that, Professor, Harry replied. But the life debt bonds are designed specifically to allow protection when I'm in danger. I believe the situation qualified. The bonds react to threats to your life, Potter, Snape interjected coldly. Not to every schoolyard incident you encounter. A 12-foot mountain troll seemed like a legitimate threat, Harry countered evenly. Especially when it was about to attack a fellow student. Amelia Bones, who had been listening carefully, spoke up. The Sea Shadow Accord does include provisions for emergency response when Mr. Potter's life is at risk. However, it also stipulates that such responses should follow established protocols wherever possible. Meaning? Harry asked. Meaning, McGonagall explained sternly, that summoning help should be a last resort, not a first response. Hogwarts has its own security measures and staff capable of handling threats. Staff who were all in the Great Hall while a troll wandered the corridors, Harry pointed out, then quickly added, with respect. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled briefly despite the serious situation. A fair observation, Harry. Nevertheless, we must establish clearer guidelines moving forward. Hogwarts cannot function properly if outside forces may enter at any time. The meeting concluded with a compromise. Harry would limit emergency summons to situations with immediate life-threatening danger when no staff were available to help. The Hogsmeade security team would establish a formal communication protocol with Hogwarts staff to coordinate any necessary responses. As Harry left Dumbledore's office, the headmaster asked him to remain behind for a moment. Harry, he said once they were alone, there's another matter I wish to discuss. Professor Quirrell reported something curious about the troll incident. Sir. He observed that your spell work against the troll demonstrated knowledge well beyond the first-year curriculum. Impediment jinxes and incarcerous spells are typically taught in 4th and 5th year, respectively. Harry maintained a neutral expression. I had extensive magical training before coming to Hogwarts, sir. My followers include some very knowledgeable teachers. Indeed. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. including individuals well-versed in arts not commonly taught at Hogwarts. If you're asking whether I've been taught dark arts, Harry said directly, the answer is no, at least not to perform them. I've been taught to recognize and defend against them, which seemed prudent given my circumstances. A reasonable precaution, Dumbledore agreed. However, the line between knowledge and practice can sometimes blur, especially with certain branches of magic. Power, Harry, particularly power gained young, requires careful shepherding. Is this about my magical education or about who's been teaching me? Harry asked perceptively. Dumbledore smiled sadly. Both, I suppose. I have concerns about certain influences in your development. Not because I doubt your inherent goodness, but because I have seen how gradually, almost imperceptibly, one's perspective can shift under consistent exposure to particular worldviews. You mean Death Eater ideology, Harry stated flatly. Among other things, yes. Magic leaves traces, Harry. Not just spells, but teaching, mentorship, guidance. These relationships shape us in ways we often don't recognize until much later. Harry considered this warning thoughtfully. It wasn't the first time Dumbledore had expressed concern about his unusual upbringing, but the troll incident had clearly brought these worries to the forefront again. I understand your concern, Professor, he said finally. But I've had balanced influences. Sirius and Remus have been as important to my education as Rookwood or any of the others. And now I have Hogwarts professors as well. Just remain vigilant, Harry, Dumbledore advised. Question not just what you're learning, but why it's being taught and what worldview it represents. As Harry departed, he reflected on Dumbledore's warning. The headmaster wasn't wrong about influential relationships shaping one's development. But what Dumbledore perhaps failed to fully appreciate was that Harry had been navigating these complex influences for years, developing a keen awareness of the different agendas surrounding him. The real challenge wasn't recognizing these influences, it was determining his own path amid the competing pulls of Sirius's light-sided idealism, the Death Eater's darker pragmatism, the Ministry's political concerns, and now Dumbledore's calculated guidance. In the weeks following the troll incident, Harry noticed subtle but significant changes in how people at Hogwarts responded to him. The demonstration of his connection to the followers had transformed abstract knowledge into concrete reality for many students and staff. Some, particularly younger Slytherins who came from families with Death Eater connections, began treating Harry with a deference tinged with fear. Others, especially older Gryffindors, seemed to view him with renewed wariness, as if reassessing the potential threat he represented. Professor Snape's hostility acquired a new edge, less petty antagonism, more calculating assessment. During potions classes, he watched Harry with narrowed eyes, as if attempting to discern exactly what dark knowledge might lurk behind the boy's composed exterior. Only Ron and Hermione remained unchanged in their treatment of Harry, though the incident had prompted some candid conversations about his unusual background. So you can just call them any time? Ron had asked one evening as they sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, speaking quietly to avoid being overheard. Technically, yes, Harry admitted. But the bonds are meant for protection, not convenience. Using them frivolously would be an abuse of power. And they have to come. They can't refuse. Hermione asked, her academic curiosity wrestling with ethical concerns. They can't refuse a direct command or summons, Harry confirmed. Though the experience varies depending on the individual. Those who genuinely want to protect me feel the bond as a gentle nudge. Those who don't experience it more as a compulsion they can't fight. That's complicated, Hermione said diplomatically, though her expression suggested deeper moral questions she wasn't yet voicing. November brought increasingly cold weather and the start of the Quidditch season. Harry attended the first Gryffindor match against Slytherin, cheering enthusiastically with Ron and Hermione despite having no personal involvement in the sport at Hogwarts. The Gryffindor team, led by Captain Oliver Wood, fought valiantly but ultimately lost to the Slytherin's superior brooms and aggressive tactics. Harry couldn't help analyzing the strategies employed by both teams, mentally cataloging techniques that might be useful in very different contexts. As November shifted toward December, Harry began researching something that had been nagging at his curiosity since the start of term: what exactly was being guarded in the forbidden third-floor corridor. The troll incident, combined with Snape's suspicious behavior that night, had convinced him that something significant was hidden within Hogwarts. "It has to be related to Dumbledore's Horcrux hunt," Harry explained to Ron and Hermione one day in the library. He had shared carefully curated information about Voldemort's suspected immortality measures with his friends, judging that keeping them entirely in the dark would be more dangerous than controlled disclosure. "You think there's a Horcrux at Hogwarts?" Ron whispered, looking alarmed. "Not exactly," Harry clarified. "Based on my visions and what Dumbledore's research has uncovered, we believe Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes, including one hidden somewhere at Hogwarts. But I think the third-floor corridor contains something different, perhaps an item that could help destroy Horcruxes, or something Voldemort wants that Dumbledore is protecting." "Like what?" Hermione asked. Harry hesitated, then lowered his voice further. "There was a break-in at Gringotts the day Hagrid emptied a vault on Dumbledore's orders. Something small but extremely valuable was moved from the bank to Hogwarts for safekeeping." "And you think that's what's in the forbidden corridor?" Hermione pressed. "It fits the timeline and security level," Harry confirmed. "The question is, what item would be valuable enough to risk breaking into Gringotts, and why would Voldemort, or someone working for him, want it?" Their research continued through November, alongside regular classes and assignments. Harry maintained his position near the top of their year academically, alongside Hermione and a few Ravenclaw students. His practical magic consistently impressed the professors, though he carefully limited demonstrations of his more advanced abilities to avoid uncomfortable questions. As Christmas approached, excitement built throughout the castle. Magnificent decorations appeared, towering Christmas trees in the great hall decorated with golden bubbles and icicles, everlasting candles floating mid-air, and magical snow falling from the enchanted ceiling but vanishing before it reached the tables below. Harry had arranged to spend the holiday at Sea Shadow Manor, his first extended return since starting at Hogwarts. Ron would be staying at school while his parents visited his brother Charlie in Romania, and Hermione was heading home to her Muggle parents. The day before departure, Harry received an unexpected summons to Professor Dumbledore's office. The headmaster greeted him warmly, offering tea and sherbet lemons as Harry settled into the chair across from his desk. "I wanted to speak with you before you return home for the holidays, Harry," Dumbledore began. "To discuss a rather remarkable artifact that has recently come into my possession." Harry's curiosity was immediately piqued. "What kind of artifact, sir?" "It's called the Mirror of Erist," Dumbledore explained. "A most unusual and powerful magical object. It shows the viewer their heart's deepest desire, not knowledge or truth, mind you, but the thing they want most in the world." "That sounds fascinating," Harry said cautiously, wondering why Dumbledore was sharing this information. "But also potentially dangerous." "Indeed. Many have wasted away before it, entranced by what they see, unable to distinguish between reality and the mirror's vision." Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed on Harry with unusual intensity. "I've had it moved to an unused classroom on the 4th floor for temporary storage before finding a more permanent home for it." Harry immediately understood this wasn't casual conversation. Dumbledore was deliberately informing him about the mirror's location. "You want me to look into it," Harry stated rather than asked. "Why?" Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Direct as always, Harry. Yes, I believe examining the mirror might provide you with valuable insight, not just about your desires, but about the nature of the magical bonds connecting you to your followers. And you'll be monitoring what I see somehow?" Harry guessed. "Not at all," Dumbledore assured him. "What you see in the Mirror of Erist is entirely private. I simply offer the opportunity, should you wish to take it. The classroom will remain unlocked tonight only." Harry considered the offer carefully. The mirror clearly held significance beyond Dumbledore's explanation, but understanding his own deepest desires might indeed provide valuable self-knowledge. "Thank you for telling me about it, Professor," he said finally. "I'll consider your suggestion." That night, after Ron had fallen asleep, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under his invisibility cloak. Another family heirloom Sirius had returned to him. The Marauder's map guided him safely through the castle's darkened corridors to the unused classroom Dumbledore had mentioned. Inside, he found exactly what the headmaster had described, a magnificent mirror as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on two clawed feet. An inscription was carved around the top, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry approached cautiously, his heart beating faster with anticipation. What would he see? Fame? Power? His parents alive again? The defeat of Voldemort? Taking a deep breath, he stepped directly in front of the glass and had to stifle a gasp. He saw himself, but a strangely altered version. This mirror Harry stood alone, without the shadowy figures of followers that seemed to constantly surround the real Harry in his mind's eye. The mirror Harry's forehead was smooth, the lightning scar completely gone. Most strikingly, this Harry's eyes held a lightness, a freedom that the real Harry hadn't felt in years. As he watched, Mirror Harry was joined by Sirius, then by friends from Hogwarts, all interacting as equals rather than as leader and followers. They laughed together, without the weight of command or the burden of responsibility that constantly pressed on the real Harry's shoulders. The vision was painfully clear in its meaning. Harry's deepest desire wasn't for more power or control, but for freedom from the bonds that had shaped his life since age 5. Freedom to be just Harry, not the boy who lived, not the master of Azkaban's prisoners, but simply himself. Tears pricked at Harry's eyes as he stared at this impossible vision. The life debts were permanent, unbreakable except through death. The scar connection to Voldemort likewise seemed indelible. The responsibilities he carried couldn't simply be set down like unwanted packages. "I see you've discovered the mirror's power," came Dumbledore's quiet voice from behind him. Harry didn't turn, unsurprised that the headmaster had anticipated his acceptance of the invitation. "You said it shows our deepest desire." "Indeed." Dumbledore moved to stand beside Harry, though carefully not looking directly into the glass himself. "May I ask what you see?" Harry hesitated, then decided honesty might yield useful insights from the headmaster. "I see myself free. No life debts, no scar, no connection to Voldemort. Just, normal." Something like sadness crossed Dumbledore's face. "A most revealing desire, Harry. Not power or glory or revenge, but simple freedom from the extraordinary burdens placed upon you." "What do you see, sir?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks," Dumbledore replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "One can never have enough socks. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't receive a single pair. People will insist on giving me books." Harry recognized the deflection but didn't press. "You wanted me to see this before going home for Christmas. Was there a specific reason?" Dumbledore considered Harry thoughtfully before answering. "I believe understanding our true desires helps guide our actions, Harry. Many who look into this mirror see power, fame, wealth, external validations. Your vision reveals something far more profound about your character." "That I want to escape my responsibilities?" Harry asked with a hint of bitterness. "Not escape," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Transform. There's a crucial difference between wishing burdens didn't exist and wishing to bear them differently." They stood in thoughtful silence for a moment before Dumbledore continued. "The mirror will be moved tomorrow to its final location. I ask that you not go looking for it again, Harry. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." "I understand," Harry agreed readily. The vision had been enlightening but painful, a glimpse of something he couldn't have. "Thank you for showing me this, Professor." As he returned to Gryffindor Tower, Harry reflected on what he'd learned. His deepest desire wasn't what he might have predicted, yet it felt profoundly true once revealed. Not power over his followers, but freedom from the very bonds that gave him that power. Not control over others, but control over his own destiny. The insight would travel with him to Sea Shadow Manor for Christmas, coloring his interactions with his followers in subtle ways. Perhaps true leadership wasn't about commanding loyalty through magical bonds, but about inspiring it through genuine connection, building relationships that might eventually transcend the compulsion of life debts entirely. It was a transformation that couldn't happen overnight, but the mirror had shown him a North Star to navigate by. And for that, despite the pain of seeing an unattainable future, Harry was grateful. Christmas at Sea Shadow Manor proved both comforting and disorienting. Returning to his role as the center of a magical household after months as a Hogwarts student created a strange dissonance. Harry found himself switching between personas, student, friend, and commander, sometimes mid-conversation. Sirius had decorated the manor magnificently, with enchanted snow falling in the great hall, fairy lights twinkling throughout the corridors, and a massive Christmas tree that periodically changed colors and sang carols in a surprisingly harmonious baritone. Trying to outdo Hogwarts? Harry had teased upon his arrival. Absolutely, Sirius confirmed with a grin. Can't have you thinking school does anything better than home. The reunion with his godfather had been joyful, filled with enthusiastic hugs and rapid-fire questions about Hogwarts experiences. Remus had joined them for the holidays as well, bringing academic perspectives on Harry's coursework and gentle humor to their conversations. Less straightforward were Harry's interactions with his followers. Some, particularly the Loyalists, welcomed him back with genuine warmth. Others, especially the Reluctants, displayed the formal deference required by their bonds but seemed oddly distant, as if some fundamental shift had occurred during his absence. Bellatrix in particular behaved strangely, alternating between her usual possessive interest in Harry and periods of distracted murmuring to herself. When Harry questioned Sirius about this, his godfather's expression turned serious. Her dark mark has been changing, Sirius explained grimly. Becoming more distinct. She's not the only one either, all the former Death Eaters report similar changes. It's a strong indication that Voldemort's power is growing. Has there been any direct contact? Harry asked. Nothing we've detected, but that doesn't mean much. The life debts prevent them from directly aiding his return if it would harm you, but they're creative in finding loopholes. Sirius ran a hand through his hair in frustration. We've increased monitoring, but it's a delicate balance, too restrictive and they resist harder, too loose and they find ways to serve both masters. The situation highlighted an uncomfortable truth: despite years under the life debt's influence, the Death Eaters' fundamental loyalties hadn't changed. The bonds created compliance but not conversion. The mirror of Erist had shown Harry freedom from these bonds. Perhaps his followers dreamed of similar liberation, though for very different reasons. Christmas morning brought a mountain of gifts beneath the enchanted tree. Harry received practical items from his followers, books on advanced magic, protective amulets, specialized equipment for continuing his magical training. Sirius and Remus gave him more personal presents, photo albums of his parents, handcrafted magical items, and a set of two-way mirrors for more direct communication than the journals. From Ron came a hand-whittled wizard chess piece, a knight, to start Harry's own set. Hermione had sent a luxury eagle feather quill and color-changing ink. Even Hagrid had contributed a roughly carved wooden flute that sounded like an owl when played. The Christmas feast that followed was spectacular, rivaling Hogwarts in variety if not scale. Harry sat at the head of the long table in the formal dining room, surrounded by Sirius, Remus, and representatives from each faction among his followers. The conversation flowed more easily than he'd expected, with curious questions about Hogwarts and humorous anecdotes about developments at the manor during his absence. Yet beneath the festivities, Harry sensed undercurrents of tension. Occasional glances exchanged between Bellatrix and other former Death Eaters. Whispered conversations that ceased when he approached. An almost tangible anticipation hovering around the reluctant faction, as if they were waiting for something significant. On Boxing Day, Harry arranged a private meeting with Rookwood in his study, formerly just a bedroom but gradually transformed into a space befitting his unusual role. Maps of Wizarding Britain lined one wall, alongside charts tracking known Death Eater activities and suspected Horcrux locations. "I want your honest assessment," Harry began once privacy charms were in place. "What's happening with the Reluctants?" Rookwood, ever the analytical observer, considered the question carefully. "Two parallel developments, I believe. First, as Sirius has informed you, the dark marks are growing stronger, a physical manifestation of the Dark Lord's increasing power. This creates psychological pressure on those who bear the mark, a constant reminder of their original allegiance. And the second development? More concerning, Rookwood admitted. Intelligence suggests coordinated activity among Death Eaters who escaped justice after the war, Malfoy, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, and others. Meetings disguised as social gatherings, unusual purchases of rare magical items, movements of gold through obscure channels. Preparations for Voldemort's return, Harry surmised grimly. Indeed. And our own Reluctants sense this activity through their connections to former colleagues. Though the life debts prevent direct participation, they experience the anticipation vicariously. Rookwood hesitated before adding, "It creates a peculiar psychological state, like spectators at a sporting event, unable to join the players yet emotionally invested in the outcome." Harry absorbed this assessment, connecting it with his own observations and what he'd learned at Hogwarts. "And Quirrell? Have we confirmed his involvement?" "Circumstantial evidence only, but compelling," Rookwood replied. "His unexplained absences coincide with reported Death Eater gatherings. His magical signature shows the anomalies you described. And most tellingly, your scar reacts to his presence. Voldemort is possessing him," Harry stated rather than asked. "Using him to access Hogwarts, probably to obtain whatever's hidden in the third-floor corridor." "A reasonable conclusion," Rookwood agreed. "Though the question remains, what item could be valuable enough to risk such exposure?" Harry moved to the large table that dominated the center of the room, where various magical artifacts were arranged for examination. Among them was a small crystal vial containing swirling, silvery memories, Dumbledore's shared recollections of Tom Riddle's obsessions during his Hogwarts years. He was fixated on immortality, Harry mused, tapping the vial. The Horcruxes were his primary strategy, but he researched multiple approaches. Including. Harry's eyes widened with sudden realization. Including the Philosopher's Stone. Rookwood inhaled sharply. Nicholas Flamel's creation. The Elixir of Life. It would fit, Harry said, excitement building as pieces clicked into place. A small, incredibly valuable object worth breaking into Gringotts for. Something that could help restore Voldemort to a full body. And Dumbledore is friends with Flamel, he could have arranged to protect it at Hogwarts. "If you're right, the stakes have just increased dramatically," Rookwood observed. "The stone could transform a weakened wraith into a fully corporeal Dark Lord." "We need to confirm this," Harry decided. "And prepare for what happens when Voldemort makes his move, because he will, possibly before the school year ends." The remainder of the Christmas holidays was consumed by preparation and strategy. Harry divided his time between normal activities with Sirius and Remus, flying, wizarding games, relaxed conversations by the fire, and more serious planning sessions with his inner circle. Magical defenses around Sea Shadow Manor were reinforced. Communication protocols were updated to allow faster response to emergencies at Hogwarts. And most importantly, Harry worked with his followers to establish contingency plans for the moment that now seemed inevitable, Voldemort's return and the ultimate test of the life-debt bonds. When Harry returned to Hogwarts in January, he carried not just new textbooks and holiday gifts, but a weight of knowledge and responsibility that set him apart from his peers more starkly than ever. The coming months would bring the confrontation they'd been anticipating for years, Voldemort's attempt to regain power, with Harry and his unusual magical household caught directly in the crossfire. The pieces were moving toward an endgame that would force everyone, Harry, his followers, Dumbledore, and Voldemort himself, to reveal their true priorities when conflicting loyalties could no longer be balanced. For Harry, the mirror of Arist's vision remained a poignant reminder of what he truly desired. Yet as he rejoined his friends at the Gryffindor table for the start-of-term feast, he accepted that freedom might only come through confrontation rather than avoidance. The bonds that connected him to both his followers and to Voldemort would need to be faced directly, their nature transformed rather than simply wished away. The second term passed in a blur of classes, research, and growing tension. Harry, Ron, and Hermione confirmed their suspicions about the Philosopher's Stone through careful investigation, discovering that the Forbidden Corridor contained a series of protections designed by different Hogwarts professors, culminating in Dumbledore's own safeguard. Professor Quirrell's behavior grew increasingly erratic as the term progressed. His stutter would disappear entirely during moments of apparent distraction, only to return more pronounced than ever when he noticed students watching. Harry's scar hurt almost constantly in defense against the dark arts classes, and he occasionally caught Quirrell staring at him with an expression that seemed to contain someone else's hatred. By late spring, Harry had shared enough information with Dumbledore to confirm their mutual understanding. Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort, the Philosopher's Stone was his target, and an attempt to steal it was imminent. What Harry hadn't shared was his own plan for when that attempt occurred, a strategy developed with his followers that would force a resolution to the increasingly unstable magical connections binding them all. The opportunity came sooner than expected. In early June, Dumbledore was called away to London for an emergency meeting with the Minister of Magic, a summons Harry immediately recognized as suspicious in its timing. That evening, Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched the third-floor corridor on the Marauder's map, confirming their fears when Quirrell's dot moved purposefully toward the forbidden area shortly after midnight. "It's happening tonight," Harry told his friends as they huddled in the Gryffindor common room. "With Dumbledore gone, Quirrell's going after the stone." "We should tell McGonagall," Hermione insisted. "We tried earlier, remember?" Ron reminded her. "She didn't believe us about the stone being in danger." "Then what do we do?" Hermione asked anxiously. Harry took a deep breath. "I need to follow him. Confront him." "That's mental." Ron exclaimed. "You can't face you-know-who alone." "I won't be alone," Harry said quietly. "I've already alerted my security team. They'll enter through the passage behind the one-eyed witch statue." He indicated the secret tunnel on the map. "And I have one advantage Quirrell doesn't expect, my connection to Voldemort affects him too." After intense argument, they agreed on a plan. Harry would confront Quirrell/Voldemort, with Ron and Hermione providing initial backup until the Hogsmeade team arrived. If they couldn't prevent Quirrell from reaching the stone, they would at least delay him until Dumbledore returned. Under the invisibility cloak, the three friends made their way to the third-floor corridor. The door was already ajar, and the enormous three-headed dog inside was fast asleep beside a harp that had been enchanted to play itself. "Quirrell's already gone through," Harry whispered. "The harp is his." They slipped past the sleeping Cerberus and through the trapdoor it had been guarding, landing on something soft but quickly discovered to be Devil's Snare. Hermione's quick thinking and magical fire freed them from the grasping tendrils, allowing them to continue their pursuit. The subsequent challenges tested their various abilities. Harry caught a flying key needed to progress, Ron navigated them across a giant wizard's chessboard, sacrificing himself in the process to secure their victory, and Hermione solved a logic puzzle involving potions to pass through magical fire. At the final chamber, Harry insisted Hermione go back to help Ron and alert the security team to their location. "I need to face him alone initially," Harry explained. "Trust me, I have a plan." Reluctantly, Hermione agreed, leaving Harry to enter the final chamber by himself. There stood Quirrell, facing an ornate mirror that Harry immediately recognized as the Mirror of Arist, now serving as Dumbledore's ultimate protection for the stone. "I wondered if I'd be meeting you here, Potter," Quirrell said without turning, his voice entirely different, cold and confident, with no trace of his habitual stutter. "I knew it was you," Harry replied calmly, stepping further into the chamber. "Or rather, both of you." Quirrell turned, a cruel smile distorting his usually nervous features. "Yes, the boy who lived is cleverer than most give him credit for." You've suspected for some time, haven't you? Since Halloween, Harry confirmed. The troll was your diversion, but Snape suspected you and interfered. Severus? Quirrell laughed coldly. Yes, he does fancy himself your protector. Useful when everyone suspected him rather than poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell. As they spoke, Harry surreptitiously activated the communication journal in his pocket, the signal for his followers to move into position. His strategy depended on precise timing. You're trying to get the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort, Harry stated. But you can't figure out how to retrieve it from the mirror. Quirrell's eyes narrowed. You know about the stone? Yes, it's here, inside the mirror somehow, but I can't reach it. He turned back to the mirror, studying his reflection. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but how do I extract it? Perhaps I should explain, came a high, cold voice that seemed to emanate from Quirrell himself. Let me speak to the boy, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. Quirrell protested. I have strength enough, for this. Harry watched in horrified fascination as Quirrell unwrapped his turban, revealing what had been hidden beneath, a face, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen, chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Harry Potter. The face whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own. Now. Why don't you give me that stone in your pocket? Harry felt a jolt of shock. He didn't have the stone, had no idea how to get it. But Voldemort's assumption gave him an opening to implement his plan. You want the stone, Harry said, stalling for time. But you've overlooked something important. And what might that be? Voldemort hissed. My connection to your followers, Harry replied. The life debts that bind them to me. Voldemort's terrible face twisted in a grotesque approximation of a smile. Ah yes, your little accident with Azkaban. Impressive magic for a child, I admit. But temporary bonds cannot override loyalty forged in blood and darkness. Let's test that theory, Harry suggested, then raised his voice commandingly. To me, my followers. On cue, the chamber door burst open. Rookwood led the way, flanked by 4 other members of Harry's security team. They formed a protective semicircle around Harry, wands trained on Quirrell/Voldemort. But they weren't alone. Behind them came a second group, Bellatrix, Dolohov, and 3 other reluctants who had somehow broken through Hogwarts' defenses to join the confrontation. The conflicting expressions on their faces told the whole story. They were responding to both masters simultaneously, caught between opposing compulsions. Interesting, Voldemort observed silkily. My faithful Death Eaters, responding to a child's call even as they feel my summons. But which bond will prove stronger, I wonder? The accidental magic of a boy, or the mark I burned into their very souls? Bellatrix, Voldemort continued, addressing her directly. Come to me. Harry countered immediately, stay where you are, Bellatrix. I command it through your life debt. Bellatrix's face contorted in agony as the competing commands tore at her. Blood began to trickle from her nose as the magical conflict intensified within her. The other Death Eaters showed similar signs of distress, caught between irreconcilable loyalties. You see, Potter. Voldemort said softly. You cause them pain by forcing them to choose. Their natural allegiance is to me. Release them from your infantile control, and their suffering ends. They suffered far worse under your control, Harry countered. Tortured for failures, imprisoned in Azkaban when you fell, abandoned for 13 years while you existed as mere shadow and vapor. The standoff continued, magical tension building in the chamber as the 2 sources of compulsion, Harry's life debts and Voldemort's dark marks, battled for dominance over the trapped Death Eaters. Suddenly, Bellatrix screamed, a sound of pure magical agony as the conflicting bonds threatened to tear her apart. She fell to her knees, wand tip pressed to her own temple in a gesture of desperation. "Choose, Bellatrix," Voldemort commanded. "Prove your loyalty." "Protect yourself," Harry countered. "That's all I ask, not loyalty to me, but self-preservation." Something shifted in Bellatrix's wild eyes, a moment of clarity amidst madness. With trembling hands, she lowered her wand and looked directly at Harry. "The mirror," she gasped. "He can't get the stone unless you look. The mirror gives it only to one who wants to find it, not use it." Voldemort howled in fury as he realized Bellatrix had chosen to share this critical information. "Traitor!" The Dark Lord's rage channeled through Quirrell's body. He lunged toward Harry, hands outstretched to strangle him. But the moment Quirrell's fingers touched Harry's skin, they blistered and burned. Quirrell recoiled, howling in pain. "What is this magic?" Voldemort shrieked. Harry, acting on instinct, pressed his advantage. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands, causing the possessed professor to scream in agony as his flesh burned at the contact. The protection left by Lily Potter's sacrifice, the same magic that had created the life debts, proved anathema to Voldemort's presence. As Quirrell collapsed, Voldemort's wraith tore itself free from the dying body, shrieking in rage and frustration. The ghostly form lunged at Harry, passing through his body in a final attack that caused Harry's scar to explode with pain. The last thing Harry saw before consciousness faded was Bellatrix crawling toward him, her face streaked with blood from her nose yet set in fierce determination as she placed herself between his fallen form and Voldemort's retreating spirit. "Mine to protect," she hissed, whether to Voldemort or herself, Harry couldn't tell. "Mine to serve. By magic and blood and debt." Then darkness claimed him, and he knew no more. Harry awoke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through high windows. For a moment, he lay disoriented, trying to piece together fragmented memories of the confrontation in the mirror chamber. "Good afternoon, Harry," came Dumbledore's voice from beside his bed. Harry turned to find the headmaster watching him with those penetrating blue eyes, a mixture of concern and relief evident in his expression. "Sir." "The stone, Quirrell, Voldemort, calm yourself, dear boy. You are a little behind the times," said Dumbledore. "Quirrell does not have the stone. He cannot use it. In fact, the stone has been destroyed." "Destroyed?" Harry repeated, struggling to sit up. "But your friend, Nicholas Flamel, oh, you know about Nicholas?" Dumbledore sounded quite delighted. "You did do the thing properly, didn't you? Well, Nicholas and I have had a little chat, and agreed it's all for the best." As Dumbledore explained about Flamel's decision to set his affairs in order and accept death after 6.5 centuries of life, Harry's mind raced with more immediate concerns. What happened to my followers? Bellatrix and the others who came to the chamber? Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "An extraordinary situation, Harry. Never before have we witnessed such a direct magical conflict between two competing bonds, your life debts and Voldemort's dark marks. The results were illuminating." "In what way?" "The life debts proved stronger than even I anticipated," Dumbledore explained. "Though not without cost. Bellatrix Lestrange suffered significant magical trauma from the conflict. She is currently under treatment at St. Mungo's, her magic dangerously unstable." Guilt washed over Harry. "Because she chose to help me instead of Voldemort?" "Because she chose to help herself," Dumbledore corrected gently. In that crucial moment, when forced to decide between two masters who would use her for their own purposes, Bellatrix chose a third option, her own agency within the constraints binding her. By protecting you, she both satisfied the life debt and took a small step toward reclaiming her identity beyond Voldemort's thrall. Harry absorbed this perspective thoughtfully. "And the others? Dolohov and the rest?" "Similarly affected, though less severely. The conflict between bonds has created what the unspeakables are calling a magical restructuring within them. The dark marks remain, but their connection to Voldemort appears fundamentally altered. Weakened." Harry asked hopefully. Transformed, Dumbledore clarified. The life debts have, in effect, intercepted and redirected the dark mark magic. They remain branded by Voldemort, but the channel of control now passes through you rather than directly to him. The implications were enormous. For 5 years, Harry had commanded his followers through life debts that existed parallel to their dark mark connections. Now those connections had been forcibly integrated, with Harry as the focal point between them and their former master. That's why Bellatrix helped me, Harry realized. She saw that serving me was the only way to resolve the conflict without being destroyed by it. A survival strategy, yes, but perhaps something more as well, Dumbledore mused. Magic responds to intention as much as invocation. Your consistent refusal to abuse your power over them, your commands focused on protection rather than servitude, created a pattern that even Bellatrix could recognize as preferable to Voldemort's cruel dominance. They discussed other aspects of the confrontation, how Harry's mother's protection had prevented Quirrell from touching him, how Dumbledore had arrived just after Harry lost consciousness, and how the stone had been removed from the mirror before being destroyed. Finally, Harry asked the question that had been lurking beneath all others: Voldemort's going to try to come back again, isn't he? Yes, Harry, I fear he will, Dumbledore confirmed gravely. He has other methods, other paths to restoration that we must anticipate and counter. The Horcruxes, Harry stated. Indeed. Our search continues, though with greater urgency now that his efforts to return have become more direct. Dumbledore studied Harry carefully. Your role in this conflict has grown more complex with these developments. The life debts now form not just a protection for you, but a potential weapon against Voldemort himself, a way to redirect the loyalty of his former servants. The conversation concluded shortly thereafter, with Dumbledore encouraging Harry to rest and recover his strength. The headmaster promised more detailed discussions about the magical implications once term ended and Harry returned to Sea Shadow Manor. In the days that followed, Harry received visits from Ron and Hermione, who filled in gaps in his understanding of what had happened after he lost consciousness. Apparently, Dumbledore had arrived to find Harry unconscious but magically shielded by Bellatrix and Rookwood, while the other followers maintained a defensive perimeter against Voldemort's retreating spirit. The entire school buzzed with rumors about the confrontation. The official story, that Quirrell had been possessed and attempted to steal a valuable magical artifact, confirmed what many had suspected about the defense professor's strange behavior. The involvement of Harry's followers was harder to conceal, however, leading to fresh waves of speculation about his unusual powers. By the time the end-of-year feast arrived, with Gryffindor winning the House Cup thanks partly to points awarded for Harry, Ron, and Hermione's services to the school, Harry had largely recovered physically. Emotionally and magically, however, he recognized that profound changes had occurred, both within himself and in the bonds connecting him to his followers. The train ride back to London provided a welcome opportunity for reflection with his friends. As the Hogwarts Express carried them south through green countryside, Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a compartment and discussed the extraordinary year they'd experienced. What happens now with your followers? Hermione asked. Especially Bellatrix and the others who were caught between you and Voldemort. I'm not entirely sure, Harry admitted. According to Dumbledore, the magical conflict permanently altered the bonds. They're still connected to both of us, but differently than before. Blimey, Ron shook his head in amazement. Magic that complicated usually takes decades to develop, and you managed it accidentally at age 5 and then transformed it again at 11. Not me, Harry corrected. It was my mother's protection magic, working in ways no one fully understands. As the journey continued, Harry found himself both eager and apprehensive about returning to Sea Shadow Manor. The household he'd left at Christmas would be fundamentally changed by recent events. Bellatrix and the other reluctants who had experienced the direct conflict of bonds would relate to him differently. The balance of factions would shift in unpredictable ways. Yet alongside these complications came opportunity, a chance to build something more authentic than magical compulsion. The Mirror of Erised had shown Harry freedom from the bonds. Perhaps this transformation was a step in that direction, not by breaking the connections but by evolving them into something chosen rather than merely imposed. When the train finally pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry hugged his friends goodbye with promises to write over the summer. As he crossed the barrier back into the Muggle world, he spotted Sirius waiting for him, casually elegant in Muggle clothing that still managed to suggest wizarding fashion sensibilities. Their embrace was long and heartfelt, communicating everything words couldn't: relief, pride, concern, love. "Quite a year, pup," Sirius said when they finally separated. "Even by your extraordinary standards." "You heard about the chamber?" Harry asked as they made their way toward the exit. "Dumbledore sent a full report," Sirius confirmed. "Plus Rookwood's account when the team returned. We'll discuss everything in detail once we're home." Home. Despite everything, the magical conflicts, the uncertain future with Voldemort, the complex evolving bonds with his followers, Sea Shadow Manor had indeed become home in every meaningful sense. And as they departed King's Cross for the journey back to Cornwall, Harry realized that was perhaps the most extraordinary magic of all, finding belonging amidst circumstances no one could have predicted or designed. The extraordinary boy who had shattered Azkaban at age 5 had completed his first year at Hogwarts, facing Voldemort directly and catalyzing another magical transformation in the process. Whatever the future held, further confrontations with Voldemort, continued evolution of the life debts, new challenges at Hogwarts, Harry would face it with growing confidence in both his magical abilities and his moral compass. The burden of command remained, but its nature had begun to change, from accidental magical compulsion toward intentional leadership. Freedom might still lie in the distant future, but the path toward it grew clearer with each step. As Sea Shadow Manor appeared on the horizon, its towers silhouetted against the evening sky, Harry felt the pull of the life debts connecting him to those waiting within. But alongside that familiar sensation came something new, a resonance that suggested possibility rather than constraint, potential rather than limitation. The boy who shattered Azkaban had returned, changed by his first year at Hogwarts yet still fundamentally himself, a wizard coming into his power while struggling to use it wisely, a leader learning that true authority comes from respect rather than compulsion, and a boy gradually discovering that bonds forced by circumstance can evolve into connections chosen by the heart. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.